It is on. Can you hear? Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Meeting is called to order. Before we begin, I'll remind everyone of some of the practical details of today's meeting. We have set up an email address to which members can send documents, such as amendments, motions, and other unanimous consent requests. That email address has been provided to your staff. I remind all members that they must verbally request unanimous consent separately from sending the document or written UC request to the email address. I will be providing lunch for today. We'll give you the details, and you can be assured that it will be Italian. So there we go. And just I'm going to move to very, very quickly, but I want to just say a thank you to everyone here. First of all, it's Barbara Lee's birthday, and we want to wish Barbara Lee a happy birthday. Yay! I want you to know that we started our subcommittee markups on June 24th. There was a week of recess. Today is July 16th. We will finish all of the 12 appropriations full committee markups. That's about a 2.5-week period of time. So just kudos to everyone for all of their efforts and help in getting this done, and for an outstanding debate on each of the bills. Our first order of business today is the consideration of the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2022. I will now recognize Ms. Capter to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Chair DeLauro and members. I want to thank you for your leadership of this great committee over these last several days. Also the ranking member, Ms. Granger. I feel today like we're rounding third base, heading toward home plate as we complete our bill and that of the THUD committee. Truly, I feel for our bill that we are part of the hardware for building back America better and the jobs that will be created as funds are drawn down from coast to coast. So today, our chair, Rosa DeLauro, all of our cardinals and ranking members, all of our members and staff, I think, deserve applause. This has been, the news keeps saying that we're on break. Well, the Appropriations Committee is never on break. For the fiscal year of 2022, I want to thank our ranking member, Mike Simpson of Idaho, for his cooperation throughout and collegiality. And we present the Energy and Water Development and related agencies because it not only continues our nation's firm pathway to sustained energy independence for our country, but also the scientific innovation of the highest order that is a part of this bill to meet the needs of this new Build Back Better era. Our bill provides a foundation for addressing the significant energy, water, and innovation challenges our nation will increasingly face as a result of the changing climate. Headlines this week tell the story. NBC News reports that the West catches fire while the East goes underwater as climate change fuels both extremes. In Chicago and the Great Lakes, the New York Times reports that the past few years have been the wettest on record. On Monday, up to a foot of rain fell in Pennsylvania, which I can personally attest to as I drove from my western Ohio hometown of Toledo through 7.5 hours of torrential rainstorms across Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Maryland to return here to Washington for our Appropriations Committee business. I've never experienced anything quite like that in my life. Meanwhile, we witnessed the West baking from record-setting temperatures while an Oregon wildfire is robbing California's critical electric supply as the bootleg fire continues to rage, burning along a critical interstate transmission corridor. Lake Mead is at its lowest level since it was first created, threatening the water supply of many Western communities. And of course, we've witnessed the battering of our Pacific, Gulf, and Atlantic coasts, as well as Puerto Rico, that repeatedly face mammoth forces from our angry oceans. While these weather extremes spread across our country, Our goal remains to provide the necessary energy and water assets to make adjustments to help sustain life in our nation and achieve progress across our country. Our bill invests over $53 billion, which is 7.6% above 2021, to provide strategic resources to communities to address these changing environmental and economic challenges. We know too many places are struggling to recover from decades of underinvestment. We also know reinvestment is essential to creating good-paying jobs in communities left behind in the transition to the new economy. Our bill does so partly by rebuilding long-neglected critical energy and water infrastructure. Our bill also enhances our national security through a robust nuclear capability and deterrent. This legislation, a core component of our promise to the American people to build back better, will better connect power, water, goods, and services to people and markets. It also provides for the safe delivery of energy and water to over 31 million people residing across vast regions reliant on federally managed energy and water resources. After this past year, where the stable and affordable delivery of fossil fuels to consumers has repeatedly been disrupted, the need to diversify our energy sources has never been more urgent. This legislation takes concrete steps to develop and deploy the infrastructure necessary to ensure a cleaner, greener, affordable, and more reliable energy future across all sources. As well, we must push harder to develop new sources right here in the USA, right down to the neighborhood level, where net zero homes are beginning to be installed. These homes include solar roofs and water heaters, electric cars with battery storage in your garage, and new types of shingles and roofing. America has always invented its way forward. Invention in this 21st century is well underway and where America must lead. The bill also provides necessary resources within our water agencies to help address the worsening western drought and to steward and enhance our fresh water resources. Our goal is to sustain energy and water independence for the secure future of our nation. It is not hyperbole to say that our work impacts every household. Let me briefly walk through the priorities and investments for our nation in this 2022 Energy and Water Development Bill. The bill provides $8.6 billion to the Army Corps of Engineers to support water infrastructure throughout our vast nation, the third most populated nation in the world after China and India. Our bill increases the Corps' budget $1.9 billion above the budget request, and frankly, we could add much more. It provides $1.9 billion to the Bureau of Reclamation, so pivotal to the western states, an increase of $413 million above the budget request. It provides $191 million for programs to respond to the severe drought crippling much of the West. It makes use of the budgetary adjustment for the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund included in the Water Resources Development Act, so important to harbors and shipping across our country, including smaller ports. It provides $45.1 billion for the Department of Energy, an increase of $3.2 billion above fiscal year 2021 amounts. And within the Department of Energy, the bill provides historic levels of funding across applied energy and science programs at our nation's finest labs, universities, and companies that propel American innovation, including $3.77 billion for energy efficiency and renewable energy, a $906 million above enacted. It provides $600 million for advanced energy research projects, energy, ARPA-E, $173 million above the enacted. It provides $398 million for weatherization programs, $83 million above the enacted to help ensure low-income households have energy-efficient, more livable homes. And we anticipate that will add an additional 50,000 weatherized homes across this country when completed. We also fund for the first time within the Department of Energy a sensible and small comprehensive program that helps make improvements to homes with structural, health, or safety defects that would otherwise be unable to participate in the traditional weatherization program. With blistering heat, punishing storms, and debilitating drought enveloping the nation just this month, this bill provides resources for a comprehensive weatherization program. Additionally, our bill responsibly funds America's nuclear deterrent and increases funding for non-proliferation programs. In short, this bill moves America forward. It meets our mandate to sustain life on Earth. It provides critical funding for water infrastructure, clean energy, and promoting a credible nuclear deterrent, all while supporting the creation of good-paying jobs related to updating key infrastructure in every region of our country. I'd like to thank all of our wonderful committee members for their engagement. I also want to thank again our able ranking member, Mr. Simpson, and I'd like to thank Chair DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger as well for their strong support throughout. And frankly, I'd like to compliment Chair DeLauro on her resilience throughout this last several weeks and months. Finally, I'd like to thank the staff who worked tirelessly to put this bill together: Jamie Shimmick, Scott McKee, Mike Brain, Brian Smith, Will Ostertag, Lauren Like, Matt Kaplan, Angie Giancarlo, Courtney Hruska. Thank you all so very, very much.
Would now like to recognize the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to be here today to consider the fiscal year 2022 Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill. Each year seems to have its own challenges. This year, it's a lack of overall budget agreement, a very late budget request, and the introduction of community project funding requests that have created a challenge. I commend Chairwoman Kaptur for taking these challenges in stride and putting together this year's Energy and Water Bill in her typical cooperative style. It's clear that she and the majority staff worked hard to address individual members' priorities from both sides of the aisle, and I thank her for that cooperation. Let me just say, I know that all the ranking members, when they introduce their bills, have said how much they enjoy working with the chairman of the committees. I want to tell you that we're not just saying that. I think I can speak for all of the ranking members, appreciate the cooperative relationship we've had with our Democratic chairman of these committees, and the fact that we are able to work in a nonpartisan way and try to address the needs. And certainly we have differences in priority, but we're able to work through those things and talk through them. And I know that Chair Kaptur is committed to this bill. She learns, she listens, and she puts a bill out that hopefully all of us at some point in time can support. So I appreciate working with you, Chairwoman Kaptur. I'd also like to thank Chair DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger of the full committee for their leadership and support of this important bill. Taken in isolation, there are many things in the majority's mark that House Republicans could support. For example, strong support for the Army Corps of Engineers, including specific community project funding and additional programmatic funding, is a bipartisan priority. Of great importance to me, of course, is the Department of Energy's nuclear energy program. I appreciate Chairwoman Kaptur's efforts to address many of my priorities within that account. In particular, I'm pleased to see increased funding to continue 3 demonstration projects under the Advanced Small Modular Reactor and Advanced Reactor Demonstration programs, as well as continued work on microreactors, including the MARVEL program. Also notable is the support for ensuring a supply of high-assay, low-enriched uranium, or HALEU, which is the fuel that will be used by many of these next-generation reactors. The Department of Energy will serve as an essential temporary source of HALEU until the commercial market can be established. While I support the focus on demonstrating new technologies, I am disappointed to see that the bill does not also continue support for the versatile test reactor. The VTR will be a valuable domestic testing facility for many advanced technologies. Continuing work now, even if at a slower pace than originally planned, would allow us to benefit from collaboration with one of these demonstration projects. Unfortunately, the individual good items are within an overall framework that House Republicans cannot support. Like the President's budget request, the majority's energy and water bill overfunds certain non-defense programs and shortchanges our national security needs. An increase of less than 1% for weapons activities does not even keep up with inflation. And while the budget request is insufficient, the bill before us today does not even meet the budget request for certain stockpile sustainment and major modification programs. We must prioritize the resources necessary to continue the nuclear modernization program to ensure a safe, reliable, and effective stockpile. With respect to the non-defense energy programs, the policies coming from the majority and the Biden administration, as reflected in the priorities of this bill, largely ignore the fact that climate change is a function of global emissions. This bill embraces the policy priorities that focus on reducing U.S. emissions in a way that almost certainly would result in an increase in global emissions, and therefore not reduce the impact of climate change. The Department's own Nuclear Energy Technology Laboratory found that Russian natural gas exported to Europe has a life cycle greenhouse gas emission profile 41% greater than U.S. LNG exported to Europe. Taken as a whole, including the funding priorities in this bill, the agenda of this administration and this majority will speed the demise of the U.S. natural gas industry and prioritize Russia and its high emissions as a global supplier. If the goal is truly to address climate change, this approach is the exact opposite of an effective strategy. In closing, again, I'd like to thank Chairwoman Kaptur for her willingness to work with us and for the job that she has done, and the majority and minority staff for the work that they've done. I know that they enjoyed their 4th of July recess while we were all home, and they were able to celebrate our country's birthday by spending night and day working on these bills and getting them ready. But I look forward to working together as this bill moves through the legislative process to develop a final energy and water bill that reflects a balanced set of priorities that can be supported by both members on both sides of the aisle. And I thank you, and I yield back.
I would now like to recognize myself for opening remarks. Again, and thank the Chairwoman Kaptur and Ranking Member Simpson for putting forth this vital bill. And again, express my thanks to the subcommittee, the full committee, and the personal office staff for their devoted work as well. Let me see what's going on. There we go. How's that? Okay. The coronavirus pandemic exposed many inequities in our country, serving as an important reminder that improving health, safety, and opportunity in communities across the nation requires structural change. This legislation takes bold action to confront the climate crisis, rebuild our water infrastructure, while prioritizing good-paying jobs and a clean, affordable, and secure energy future for all, ensuring that no community is left behind. This energy and water development bill is the result of 6 hearings that address challenges including domestic manufacturing, water resources infrastructure, and energy innovation. The chair and ranking member prioritized improving Americans' lives in all parts of the nation, including those that have been historically overlooked. The $45.1 billion allocated to the Department of Energy will help fund new technologies, allowing the United States to develop a diverse clean energy portfolio to achieve a carbon-free economy, fulfilling our responsibility to move to zero-emission energy and leave a resilient environment for future generations. The bill's investments in clean energy also grow careers in emerging fields, allowing communities most economically affected by decades of disinvestment and the pandemic to recover. More than $14 billion in funds will strengthen our clean energy infrastructure and scientific research funding. The bill supports environmental justice goals by improving the energy efficiency of homes in low-income neighborhoods and funds Build Back Better challenge grants to incentivize innovative clean energy development solutions that prioritize elevating disenfranchised communities. With worsening droughts, more destructive storms, the bill's water investments are vital to building resilient water infrastructure that can withstand these devastating natural disasters. And it provides the Bureau of Reclamation with $1.95 billion to fund water-smart programs, rural water projects, and other water resource programs that will address the nation's diverse water needs. Now is the time to make lasting investments in strong water infrastructure and a clean energy economy, creating the green jobs of tomorrow. This bill does exactly that. With that, let me thank Chairwoman Kaptur, Ranking Member Simpson, and their staffs for all of their efforts, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding. First, I want to recognize Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson for their work on putting this energy and water development bill together. As a result of their work, this bill addresses the priorities of members on both sides of the aisle and does many good things for the American people. In particular, I appreciate that the bill continues significant funding for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for navigation and flood control projects that are so important to our economy and public safety. Unfortunately, just like with the other bills the committee has considered, this bill is based on a funding framework that lacks bipartisan support. I'm also concerned that the funding decision in this bill could leave us vulnerable to countries that do not have our best interests at heart. For example, the bill significantly underfunds efforts to modernize our nuclear weapons complex. We must have a reliable and effective nuclear deterrent to ensure our national security. On the non-defense side of the bill, funding priorities are focused primarily on activities that will reverse gains in energy independence we've made over the past decade. The approach taken in this bill will actually cause us to increase our dependence on China for critical minerals. A bipartisan agreement on the overall funding framework would allow us to better address those national security concerns. I hope we can resolve these issues in a timely manner so this year's appropriation bills can be signed into law. In closing, I would like to thank all of the subcommittee members and the staff for their hard work on this bill, specifically our minority clerk, Angie John Cartlow, and the majority clerk, Jamie Shimdick. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to make general comments on the bill? Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairwoman Capter, Ranking Member Simpson, it's been wonderful to work with you on this subcommittee for another appropriations season. I'm honored to serve as the Vice Chair of the Energy and Water Subcommittee this year, and it's really just such incredibly important work, and I am proud of the bill that you are bringing before us. This bill makes serious, unprecedented investments in fighting climate change, bolsters our water infrastructure, and invests in clean energy development. First, I thank the Chair for including $350 million for South Florida ecosystem restoration, which fully funds the budget request. This is a $100 million increase and represents a historic level of funding for Everglades restoration. However, this figure does not meet the Corps of Engineers' stated federal need of $2.9 billion over 4 fiscal years, or $725 million per fiscal year. The Corps should have and could have requested more funding. Additionally, I continue to believe that the committee should reconsider its decision to treat any request from members to increase Everglades restoration beyond the budget request as an earmark. Everglades restoration is a regional, congressionally authorized program that was established by WRDA 2000. It's likely the largest environmental restoration project in the United States and is of national interest for its capacity to store carbon, provide clean drinking water for millions, protect endangered species, and create jobs. The committee's policy also gives way too much power to the Army Corps, an organization with its own political interests that don't always align with what's best for all of our constituents. Nevertheless, I was pleased that the bill includes more funding for inland navigation operation and maintenance funding, which is important for transport in Florida. And I'm also glad the bill includes a $70 million increase for solar energy and a $60 million increase for wind energy within the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. Federal innovation programs have helped us advance closer to a fully clean energy economy that employs millions of Americans, enables a resilient and reliable electricity grid, keeps the cost of electricity low, and protects against the impacts of climate change. The bill also includes significant funding for carbon capture and storage technology research. Carbon capture is necessary to reach our climate goals and move towards zero emissions. And finally, I want to commend the subcommittee for including language to ensure its clean energy work and support will be carried out with an eye towards environmental justice. Language is included to direct DOE to incorporate environmental equity and justice concerns into its activities and support environmental justice efforts at the state and local levels as well. I thank Chairwoman Kaptur and Ranking Member Simpson for putting forth this strong bill. I look forward to supporting it today. I yield back.
Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Chair DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, and certainly Chairwoman Kaptur and Ranking Member Simpson. And let me just say it's an honor to serve on the Energy and Water Subcommittee. There is no appropriations bill with as far-reaching impacts on my district in Central Washington than this one. This bill supports the groundbreaking research conducted by the world-class scientists at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. It funds the critical cleanup work at the Hanford site, a cleanup the federal government is morally and legally bound to complete. It dictates the budgets for both the Bureau of Reclamation as well as the Army Corps of Engineers. Their critical work on water storage, conservation, and hydropower throughout my district and the greater Pacific Northwest. That's work which truly shapes our geography and our way of life in our rural agricultural region. I'm particularly grateful that this fiscal year 22 bill includes robust funding for the Department of Energy's Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program to continue the groundbreaking efforts on two demonstration projects, including one in my district. The United States must be on the forefront of nuclear innovation. I'm proud of the collaboration between local entities in my district and the federal partners who together are working on the front lines to achieve critical innovation for a clean energy future. I'm also grateful for the continued strong support of the department's grid storage launchpad, which is anchored at the PNNL. This effort, like the ARDP, is critical for developing technologies to address our climate and energy challenges. This once again demonstrates that Central Washington's leadership for our nation on these important issues. I also want to point out the important investments in the vital water projects in both the Yakima and Columbia River basins. As the West continues to face deeply concerning drought conditions, it's crucial that these projects move forward with the support of the federal government. I'd like to thank the Energy and Water staff, both the majority and the minority, for your continued efforts to be so responsive to the requests of members and our constituents. Again, thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Chairwoman Kaptur and Ranking Member Simpson, I'd like to thank you for your leadership of this subcommittee and the work that you and your staff dedicated to producing a bill that reflects the priorities of this subcommittee. In recent history, we've seen the fragility of our existing energy system as we experience worsening climate crisis. So I applaud this committee's efforts to ensure that the best and the brightest in our country can continue to move us forward in tackling climate change with innovative research and development. The more than $53 billion appropriated in this bill invests in critical funding that will help our country combat climate change and build resilient communities while creating good-paying jobs in research. I'm thrilled to see that the bill and report included many of my priorities, which are particularly important to my district, such as $451 million for fusion energy research, several projects for the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab, including $7.75 million for the Princeton Plasma Innovation Center, $2 million for critical infrastructure recovery and renewal, and $6.4 million for tritium systems removal, and $10 million for the Greenbrook Sub-Basin Army Corps of Engineers project. I'm also pleased with the inclusion of report language that expresses the concerns of this committee over the review process of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and I look forward to seeing critical changes made within the agency to ensure that natural gas pipelines are adequately evaluated for both need and impact. Lastly, I applaud the committee's commitment to equity and justice. I am pleased to see a strong stance to address the impact that our existing energy systems have had on underserved and overburdened communities, alongside efforts to take significant steps to make cross-cutting improvements through social equity, workforce development standards, public health effects, and environmental and energy justice activities. Better understanding of the impacts that the current programs, policies, procedures, and rules have had on marginalized communities is absolutely necessary to ensure that as we research, develop, and deploy resilient and clean energy technology, we do not make the same mistakes as in the past. Again, I want to thank the chairwoman and the ranking member and all of the staff that contributed to the drafting of this funding bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I particularly want to start by saying thank you to Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson for their hard work on this very important bill today. I represent beautiful Northeast Florida, which is bordered by the Atlantic Ocean on the east and the St. Johns River on the west. So the importance of water on my district certainly cannot be overstated. It draws people to the area, and it's a major economic driver, but it also creates some unique challenges. I specifically want to say thank you to the chairwoman and ranking member for including the U.S. Army Corps funding in this bill for the St. Augustine Back Bay feasibility study. St. Augustine, as you may know, is the oldest continuously inhabited city in the United States, and it is full of rich history and very historic sites. However, these priceless sites are being threatened by rising sea level. Floods on sunny days are becoming a regular occurrence, and hurricanes and nor'easters can cause catastrophic damage. This study will help the city understand the extent of the problem and determine ways to make the city more resilient. It will help protect the historic sites and tell the stories of the many diverse groups of people that have called St. Augustine home. And while I have concerns about the top-line numbers on this bill and some of the lack of funding for the framework and some policy provisions that may keep me from voting for this bill today, I do look forward to working with my colleagues to make this bill better. I yield back.
Ms. Frankel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill that protects our environment and advances our economy. And thank you to our chairwomen, both Delora Capter and our rankings, Granger and Simpson. It continues to be an honor to serve with you on this committee. As a member of Congress from South Florida, I'd like to highlight some issues important to our 20 million residents of Florida and 100 million visitors. In this bill, we've again funded the restoration of the Everglades, the water system, for millions of Floridians at the highest level yet at $350 million, and added necessary report language to allow previously authorized projects to move forward. Beaches and waterways are economic engines and a way of life in South Florida, and in that regard, we include robust funding for beach restoration and intercoastal waterway dredging. And also included in the bill is the Central and South Florida Restudy Project, which will determine which flood control systems we will need to be replaced in South Florida as sea level rises and the population increases. And we recognize our responsibility to our children and grandchildren to leave them a livable planet with investments in clean energy technologies, which is a key to fighting climate change and reducing our carbon emissions. I'm proud to support this very good bill and urge its support. Again, thank you to our chairs and ranking members, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to associate my comments with those of the ranking member in him thanking the chair, Ms. Capter, for doing an outstanding job on this bill, and for him as well. As most of you know, I sit on 3 subcommittees. Energy and Water is a subcommittee I have been privileged to serve on since I've been in Congress. I represent the Oak Ridge Reservation, which is home to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the Y-12 National Security Complex, the uranium processing facility, which we are building to be completed in 2025. At the inception of my service on this key subcommittee, it was really up in the air whether or not it would even be built. And it's taken a lot of hard work and bipartisan cooperation over the years. Something else I'm particularly pleased to work with our chair and ranking member is the nuclear cleanup mission. We have a large legacy left over from World War II and the Cold War in many affected communities, in Oak Ridge and Hanford and Savannah River and Paducah, Kentucky, all over this country. And it is a federal obligation, in my view, to clean up these legacy sites. And we're doing a good job of that. I don't want to dwell on the negative, on why we can't support this bill right now, because there are a lot of nice things in the bill. And having said that, even though I can't support it in its current form, I just want to stress my sincere thanks and appreciation for all of the hard work that Chair Kaptur and Ranking Member Simpson have done. And I think this is really a bill that really speaks of strong bipartisan cooperation. And finally, I'm going to say thank you. We fully funded the Chickamauga Lock project through this bill, which took years to do. It's not complete yet, but on the water side, that was a big, big issue that we got done last year in the appropriations process. With that, Madam Chair, I thank you and I yield back.
Ms. Underwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank you and Ranking Member Granger, as well as Chairwoman Kaptur, Ranking Member Simpson, and the subcommittee staff for your hard work to prepare the fiscal year 2022 Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. I'm proud of the many investments in this bill to prepare for the future by making communities more resilient to the flooding and severe storms that are becoming more frequent as our climate changes, for example, and by developing clean energy technologies to address the root causes of climate change by reducing carbon emissions. But investing in our future also means investing in the research that will enable us to identify new challenges and discover new solutions. My district in Northern Illinois is home to the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, where just a few months ago, our world-class scientists discovered a wobbling subatomic particle that could force us to rethink everything we thought we knew about the laws of physics. Beyond the pursuit of knowledge itself, discoveries like this open up a whole new world of possibility for future technological innovations. Fermilab is already a leader in quantum computing, which has the potential to revolutionize industries ranging from cybersecurity to finance to meteorology. We don't even know yet what will be made possible by the knowledge that comes from the wobbly muon discovery, and we never will if we don't invest in the research necessary to find out. The scientists at Fermilab and DOE's other national laboratories are leading the world in high-energy physics and other cutting-edge research fields. This bill supports these kinds of groundbreaking discoveries by funding those scientists and the laboratory infrastructure they rely on to do their work. And in order to maintain that leadership, we must continue to build on those investments. Investments in the Department of Energy's Office of Science are investments in the future, and I look forward to working with this committee to ensure that those investments continue to be prioritized moving forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Rogers.
Chairwoman DeLauro and Kaptur and Ranking Member Granger and Simpson, I want to discuss a topic very important to me in my district, and it's the Appalachian Regional Commission, otherwise known as ARC. During my time in Congress, the ARC has been a bastion of hope for our region. Since 1965, it has led efforts to innovate, partner, and invest in the region to build community capacity and strengthen our chances for economic growth. Chairwoman Kaptur, I want to especially thank you for providing $210 million for ARC in this bill, significantly higher than ever, and continuing to include $65 million through the Power Grant Program to help those in Appalachia who have been hurt by the drawdown in the coal industry. with devastating effect. This funding will enable ARC to continue its strong record of creating thousands of new jobs, improving local water and sewer systems, assisting our schools, increasing access to health care, investing in critical broadband infrastructure, and we are heading up an effort in our area of eastern Kentucky on economic improvement and a new way of life after the coal industry's collapse. And I've taken to calling my area Silicon Holler. And we are expanding in that area, and broadband is central to that, and I think is the savior for our region. So I was pleased to see very strong funding in this bill for this critical program. But the bill's overall funding level gives me great concern, as it does others on our side of the aisle. It's my hope that we're able to reach a compromise with the Senate and White House to ensure this bill can be signed into law. So thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Lee of Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a member of this subcommittee, I rise in strong support of this bill. And first, I'd like to commend you, as well as Ranking Member Granger, the subcommittee chair, Capter, and Ranking Member Simpson, as well as all the incredible committee staff for all the hard work on this very important bill. It's been a pleasure to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on the Energy and Water Subcommittee to tackle the current crisis we all face today. My home state of Nevada stands to greatly benefit from this funding bill, and that's important because Nevada is bearing the brunt of climate change. We've faced record high heat and extreme drought, and it's not just Nevada. Record drought stretches across the West, with more than 90% of Western states in drought conditions. And my entire district currently stands in exceptional drought, the worst classification there is. And Lake Mead sits at the lowest level on record. And that's why I'm proud this funding bill will help build the water infrastructure my district needs. $3.6 million will help the Lower Las Vegas Wash, a critical component in water resource management for Southern Nevada. 7 states rely on the Colorado River Basin for water, and this bill includes $50 million to fund the implementation of the drought contingency plan in the Lower Colorado River Basin, and $25 million for drought response in the Water Smart program, which will support a proactive approach by providing assistance to water managers to develop and update comprehensive drought plans and implement projects that will build long-term resiliency for drought. But we all know that the severity of this drought is not normal in the first place, and there is so much more to be done in climate change. Nevada is a leader in renewable energy, and I'm proud to have secured investments in this funding bill that will modernize our grid and continue to invest in clean energy. And that includes $50 million for solar energy soft costs like permitting and inspection, which will reduce the time and cost of installing residential solar energy systems. But I also want to bring to your attention what is not in this bill. For decades, the Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository in my home state of Nevada has been a failure of both science and policy. To reach a safe and healthy future, we need to work with all of you to find solutions to our nuclear waste problem. I am committed to not just be an obstructionist, but also to work for a solution, because this is a serious problem in our country. But I'm proud that not a dime in this bill will go towards funding the failure of Yucca Mountain. And instead, language in this bill will direct the Department of Energy to pursue consent-based approaches. I thank the chairwoman for working with myself and key stakeholders to include this language. And I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this funding bill and the important investments that we have made for a sustainable future. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start off by thanking the chairwoman of the subcommittee, Congressman Capter, and the ranking member, Congressman Simpson, as well, for your work, including one of my joint priorities with Congresswoman Bustos. It's been a pleasure working with you on this. You know, when we talk about the NEST program and the benefits to the upper Mississippi River system, it's absolutely crucial for my entire district and many other river districts across the country. It will improve the efficiency of our supply chain, bolster our regional economy, and also help to support the health of the upper Mississippi River watershed all at the same time. Iowans and Americans rely on the Mississippi River, and we need it to get our corn and soybeans from places like Wayne Frederick's farm in Osage, and for people to be able to go visit the National Mississippi River Museum and Aquarium in Dubuque. So we can encourage tourism and help support our agriculture and manufacturing industries at the same time. So really glad to be able to work across the aisle and across the river with you, Congressman Bustos, and thank you so much for your work on this. Thank you, Madam Chair, for including this provision. I yield back.
Ms. Bustos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the ranking member, both for the entire committee and for the subcommittee. Really appreciate your hard work on this. I also want to say thank you very, very, very much for the $22.5 million for new construction for the Navigational and Ecosystem Sustainability Program. As Congresswoman Hinson just said, we call it NESP. So this goes back to 2007, where NESP would modernize 7 locks in the upper Mississippi while also providing critically important ecosystem restoration. So it's that building, and it's also taking a look at the ecosystem. Here's why that matters. We've got 60% of our nation's grain exports travel along the upper Mississippi, including the crops that are grown in the congressional district that I serve in the northwestern part of the state of Illinois. So if you look at that, if we don't address this, an unplanned lock shutdown, let's take a look at Lock 25, which is in the congressional district that I represent, that would result in more than $1.5 billion lost to the economy. So pretty darn important. This year marks the first time that construction funding for NESP has been included in an appropriations bill. The first time. So I also, Representative Hinson, very, very proud to be able to work with you. We share the border between Iowa and Illinois. We share the Mississippi River in our congressional districts. So it's great when we can work across the aisle, work across the Mississippi River, and I want to thank Congresswoman Hinson as well. But funding NESP will ensure that our goods can get to market, we can create and support quality jobs, and help restore our ecosystem. So thank you very, very much for your hard work, and with that, I yield back.
Ms. Herrera-Butler.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeLauro, and I want to thank Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson of the subcommittee for working with me to include priorities that are important to Southwest Washington. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is one of the most important federal agencies for my district. Their work touches every single piece of our way of life, from maintaining our waterways for the 16 public ports in Southwest Washington that are so important to our economy, for sediment monitoring activities at Mount St. Helens. And water levels on the lower Cowlitz River as a result of sediment pouring into the river from the 1980 Mount St. Helens eruption do not create a flooding threat for the communities in Cowlitz County. This has long been a federal responsibility that was neglected by past administrations, both Republican and Democrat, forcing small communities in my district to come up with money to pay for this work. So I was really pleased to see that this administration, it was put in the president's budget request, and that it was also funded in this bill. I also want to highlight the funding provided in this bill for dredging work at the mouth of Lake River, which provides access to the Columbia River for recreational fishermen and other river recreators. This portion of the river has not been dredged in 35 years, and this much needed work is going to improve water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, and access to and from the Columbia River for river users. And finally, the bill provides funding for a core feasibility study. I was able to get authorized in last year's WRDA bill, which is really an important first step to create a turning basin near Kalama, Washington, and improve an existing basin near Longview. The Columbia River Channel is the nation's largest wheat export gateway and second in the nation for soy exports, and the leader in auto imports and exports, as well as wood product shipping. So over 40,000 local jobs are dependent on the river, and these improvements are going to make the Columbia safer and easier for commercial ships to travel up and down the river. So I appreciate the chair and ranking member's willingness to work with me and my staff on this important funding for my district. And I really think this bill is a great first step. I really look forward to continuing our work together as this bill gets back to the floor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Lawrence.
I want to thank the Madam Chair. I also want to thank just such a tireless fighter for water and energy. She's our chairwoman, Captor, never misses opportunity to share with us what a great responsibility we have to protect our fresh water and water systems. Last month, heavy rainfall across southeastern Michigan and really the Midwest demonstrated how deteriorating our infrastructure is failing, particularly for Michigan. And in my district's residents in Detroit are experiencing the damaging effects of the most recent flooding, where the governor had to issue a state of emergency and the president has approved it. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated incident over the last decade. Michiganders have experienced several natural disasters and flooding far beyond the region's storm water system. We know in 2019, heavy rain caused flooding that closed highways in several days for crews to pump the water out of the storm system. We know in 2020, 2 dams failed in mid-Michigan, resulting in over $200 million worth of damage. I'm grateful to this committee for including language instructing the Army Corps of Engineers to identify sources of this flooding and to work with the state of Michigan to help communities like mine mitigate future flood disasters. Also want to thank the community for prioritizing operations for all nuclear physics user facilities, as well as dedicated funding for the High Regency spectrometer. These fundings are critical to supporting initiatives across the country, like the one at Michigan State University, to further understand the nuclear physics and its applications in society. I urge my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to thank Chairwoman Captor and also Ranking Member Simpson for including report language in this measure regarding the creation of a domestic thorium molten salt reactor program. In 2012, the DOE partnered with the Chinese Academy of Sciences to accelerate nuclear development, particularly thorium reactors in China. The current level of collaboration between the DOE and China is frankly unclear, and it's one part of the information the report language seeks to discover. In these efforts, our discovery process is still ongoing, but we are ceding our advantage to our geopolitical foe, the authoritarian Chinese Communist Party, essentially handing the communists the next century of global nuclear power production. The language also seeks and asks the DOE to provide Congress with suggestions and considerations for development of a domestic TMSR program, including the potential for using our uranium-233 supply. To date, we have spent more than $630 million to destroy U-233, which is a remnant of a 1960s DOE program. What's so shocking about this is U-233 can serve as a seed for thorium reactors. It's critical that Congress investigate the potential benefits of a domestic TMSR program, given the DOE's involvement in advancing China's nuclear plans and the Department of Defense's determination that the Chinese nuclear capabilities are growing. We also need to see what the Chinese are doing with U-233. This report language is just a good first step, and I want to sincerely thank Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson for working with me on this critical issue. I'd also like to briefly note the positive developments in the domestic rare earth sector, particularly the supply chain restoration efforts at Mountain Pass, California, and elsewhere. As the co-chair of the Bipartisan Critical Materials Caucus, I'm committed to accelerating the onshoring of our critical mineral supply chain, which is something we should all agree on and support. And Chairwoman, before I yield back, I would like to just wish Chairwoman Lee a happy birthday and let her know it was a pleasure working with you throughout this process. So thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Speaking of the birthday lady, Congresswoman Lee from California.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much for the well wishes. I tell you, they come every 6 months now, Madam Chair. So thank you all very much. And we're always in appropriations on my birthday, so I think this is a great gift for the country, the work that we do here. So thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman DeLauro and our Ranking Member Granger, and also to Chairwoman Capter and our Ranking Member Simpson for their tremendous leadership of this subcommittee. And I just want to say to our Chairwoman, Marcy Capter, you are such a creative spirit in this body. And to be able to look at this bill and look at the needs of our country as it relates to water and energy and resource allocation, you have to think out of the box. And you do, and I think this bill reflects that, with new ideas, creative ideas, and new paths forward. So thank you so much. I'm pleased to support this bill, of course, which advances renewable energies and scientific innovation, rebuilds our water structure and infrastructure, and addresses the climate crisis and environmental injustices on communities of color. And I thank the chair for including my language that interlinks our nation's responsibility of advancing equity and environmental energy justice while driving innovation. This language directs the Department of Energy and its national laboratories to increase engagement with communities impacted by climate change, air and water pollution, systemic racism, and underinvestment and economic inequality. The bill also includes my language that directs the Secretary to provide a detailed plan on the recruitment and retention of African Americans, Latinos, Asian Americans, Native Americans, Alaska Native, Pacific Islanders, Native Hawaiian, and people with disabilities across all job types from minority-serving institutions. I'm also so pleased to see the inclusion of my request for $35 million for the Workforce Development for Teachers and Scientists program. This will help ensure that the nation has the sustained pipeline of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, that's STEM workers, to meet national goals and objectives. This language encourages robust collaborations between the Department of Energy and their national laboratories to support engagement with high schools in support of the department's and national laboratories' diversity goals, which we've been working on for years and years and years. And also, I'm very happy to see that this bill includes $7.32 billion for the Office of Sciences, including $2 billion for the Basic Energy Sciences program. As the nation's primary sponsor of research in the physical sciences, this office is critical to funding my home Department of Energy lab in Berkeley, California. I thank the chair for supporting this program, like the Cosmic Microwave Background Program is ALS-U, that will deliver transformative discoveries in fundamental physics, cosmology, astrophysics, and astronomy. This stage 4 and the advanced light source upgrade is extremely important. Also, thank the chair's commitment to ensuring that we meet the needs of communities disproportionately impacted by climate change. And I'm pleased to see that this bill establishes, and Madam Chair, you know, we've been working on this again for years and years and years, a DOE and USDA interagency working group to pursue joint activities related to the energy efficiency of other agricultural platforms to advance four-season food production platforms to increase access to produce for underserved communities. We started this when you were at my lab in Berkeley several years ago, so thank you very much for this. Finally, I'm glad to see the continued support for targeted investments in impoverished areas and high-poverty areas. It's vital that we compile consistent and disaggregated data on the percentage of funding that has been directed to persistent poverty counties and high poverty areas to assess and address the poverty crisis in our nation. So I look forward to seeing this bill on the floor, and I appreciate the chair including many of my priorities for my district and the nation. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you again.
And with that, and I understand, I want to recognize Mr. Ryan, but we had someone whisper in our ears here, Mr. Ryan, that today is your birthday as well. So happy birthday to you. Mr. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeLauro. I demand a recount, though. I want to thank you, Chairwoman, and especially Chairwoman Capter and your staff for all your work on this bill. So many good things in here, but especially for including several very important provisions for the people of Piketon and Pike County, Ohio. For those who don't know, Pike County is home to the Portsmouth Gaseous Diffusion Plant, a U.S. government-owned uranium enrichment facility that is currently undergoing decontamination and decommissioning. And in recent years, there have been indications of possible radiological and chemical contamination in the surrounding community. The Department of Energy shamefully waited 2 years before informing the local school district in 2019 that an air monitor across from Zons Corner Middle School had detected radioactive elements. Subsequent community-sponsored environmental tests showed the presence of enriched uranium on desks and other surfaces. In 2019, the school was closed. 5 children who attended the middle school have been diagnosed with cancer in the past 5 years, 3 of whom have died. This is in a school of only 300 students. And Pike County has the highest cancer rate in Ohio. That's why this is so important to me and many other people in Southern Ohio, and why I'm so thankful that Chairwoman Capter and her staff continue to take this issue very seriously and have worked with me to include these important provisions in the bill. Taken together, I believe these provisions will provide greater transparency from the Department of Energy, a pathway for getting to the bottom of what's going on in Piketon, and ultimately an opportunity to help ensure the long-term health and safety of this community. I'm also very grateful that the subcommittee bill expresses the importance of the advanced nuclear fuels needed to power our advanced nuclear reactor technologies. The Department of Energy's ongoing HALEU demonstration project, which is being run in Piketon as well. And this is America's only NRC licensed HALEU enrichment facility, and it will be producing small quantities of HALEU starting early next year. Our goal should be to expand this production facility at the earliest opportunity and to support the needs of the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Project, and to ensure that the United States has a U.S.-based sustainable supply of enriched uranium without depending solely on foreign-based suppliers. In doing so, will strengthen the U.S. national security, enhance U.S. competitiveness vis-a-vis global competitors, and provide good-paying union jobs to help America build back better. Lastly, Madam Chair, I would like to just say and thank the committee again for putting language in this bill that will direct the Department of Energy to work with the community in Piketon and in Southern Ohio on a comprehensive economic development plan. This is a new way of looking at places like Southern Ohio and Piketon. Instead of seeing communities like this as liabilities, we start seeing communities like this full of opportunity. And that is very important. The opportunities to turn the Ohio River Valley into the Hydrogen Valley are great, to create jobs for steel workers, plumbers, electricians, and the building trades, to move down the road of blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, to take coal-powered boilers and start powering them with hydrogen power. This is a great opportunity to increase green steel making, green cement production, semiconductors, and batteries. Great opportunities lie ahead for areas like Piketon and the communities that surround it because of the language and the words and the investments in this bill. So I want to thank Ranking Member Simpson as well. Chairwoman Capter, can't thank you enough. And I appreciate the opportunity to protect the health and safety, and also to start the process of creating good paying, middle class, livable jobs in forgotten communities in Southern Ohio. And with that, I yield back to balance my time.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Ms. Capter to offer manager's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Capture Amendment Number 1 in the report on page 10 after the last paragraph.
I ask that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Excuse me. Over the past few days, I've worked with Ranking Member Simpson to agree on non-controversial changes to the bill and report to further the interests of the members of this committee on a bipartisan basis. I urge the adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Ranking Member Simpson is recognized. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Calvert.
Yes, I rise to address the manager's amendment and to discuss the role of this bill on onshoring rare earth minerals supply chains. The committee has devoted a great deal of attention to critical minerals and supply chain vulnerabilities that threaten U.S. commercial and defense interests. I'm pleased to note that the Energy and Water Bill addresses these vulnerabilities. The U.S., through Mountain Pass Mine, produced more rare earths in 2020 than ever in our history, approximately 15% of the global supply. The company has partnered with the Department of Defense to repatriate processing of separated rare earths next year, working aggressively to manufacture the magnet end products here in the United States. Onshoring this full supply will be a game-changing shift from our current dependence on China and other nations. I consider this to be a national security issue. We're moving in the right direction. The Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, and this committee can be helpful partners to good actors in the private sector like MP Materials. I might point out it's the only rare earth mine we have in the United States, President. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on the manager's amendment? If not, I recognize Ms. Capter for. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Newhouse. Apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to real quickly thank Chair Capter and her great team, particularly Jamie Shimmick, for their indulgence in including clarifying language regarding efforts at the waste encapsulation and storage facility at the Hanford site, which is in my district, and it's included in this manager's amendment. As you know, we're achieving a lot of progress on the cleanup efforts at Hanford, but there's also staggering budgetary challenges that lay ahead. As we continue to move forward on critical missions like the startup of the viticultural plant, the VIT plant, I think it's crucial that we encourage innovative ways to safely and efficiently remove waste from the Hanford site. So I'm grateful this language is there to build upon the FY21 provisions to evaluate the potential removal of waste capsules at efforts, and I just wanted to point that out, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Hinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to just speak in support of the manager's amendment. Thank you, Ranking Member Simpson and Chair Capter, for your work on this. This amendment includes my provision to recognize the recurring flooding throughout my district in northeast Iowa and in the upper Mississippi River Basin. All of us are familiar with the fear and the devastation that comes with severe weather warnings, and then obviously the damage that comes from those. And as a journalist on the ground in 2008, I was really working hard to bridge that gap between the disaster that was happening, the fear that people were experiencing, and then getting them that important information as they were trapped and scared. So I'm proud that as a member of Congress, I'm able to continue to tell that story, communicate the threat of floods in our district, specifically in Iowa, and some much-deserved protections. And so throughout this appropriations process and in other capacities, I've been a strong advocate for the acknowledgement of Iowa's vulnerability to natural disasters and the impact that it has on my constituents in my home community. It is time for the entire Iowa area and the upper Mississippi River Basin's flood mitigation efforts to be prioritized by Congress. And over just 17 years, Iowa's lost about $13.5 billion in direct flood-related property losses. That doesn't include loss of income from crop damage and other means of livelihood, the emotional toll that it takes for families to recover after their houses and their businesses are destroyed, the agony of losing loved ones. The 2008 flood in Iowa is considered the 6th largest FEMA disaster declaration ever. And I know many people didn't realize we had the epic surge in 2008, but I'm really pleased that this is the first congressional acknowledgement of the danger that Northeast Iowa and the entire upper Mississippi River region face every day. So I stand in support of the manager's amendment. Thank you very much. And this is a very important provision, long overdue acknowledgement and encouragement for continued work with the Army Corps of Engineers going forward to protect Iowa communities. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for your work on this and including it. And I support the manager's amendment. I yield back.
I recognize Ms. Capter for 1 minute to close.
I urge adoption of the amendment.
Okay, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Calvert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the
I
amendment.
ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered read.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Chair DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, Chairwoman Capter, and Ranking Member Simpson, I appreciate the opportunity to offer this amendment.
Mr. Calvert, can you tell us which amendment?
This is the amendment on the WIN Act. It's amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1. Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to offer this amendment. As my colleagues can probably tell, the WIN Act is important to us in California. I appreciate the majority's willingness to work with me in years past and provide modest increases for the WIN Act infrastructure programs in a bipartisan way. It's come to our attention that we have a significantly undersubscribed program within the Bureau of Reclamation. We have an opportunity today to repurpose those prior year funds to restore WIN Act infrastructure programs to 90% of the enacted level. Although the WIN Title 16 water recycling program is oversubscribed, we have funding the legacy grant program well beyond the demand for those funds. For the past several years, every single application was fully funded using only about half the total funding provided by Congress. The FY22 Energy and Water Bill increases funding for these legacy projects. In fact, the funding level provided for the legacy Title 16 program in FY2022 would fund every grant application submitted over the past 3 years combined. I support robust funding for these legacy Title 16 projects, but we need to acknowledge the reality of where the demand exists today. The WIN Act Title 16 program has a backlog of nearly 60 projects representing roughly $650 million in federal investment. I'd also like to remind my colleagues that Southern California gets 1/4 of its water supply from the Colorado River. The more local supplies that we can bring online in my area, the less water we need to pull off the Colorado River, which is in the 22nd year of drought. I hope my colleagues from Nevada and Arizona recognize the importance of this program to their water supply as well. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Capter.
Regretfully, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. This amendment would cut funds previously appropriated by this committee for Title 16 and use the funds for other purposes of reclamation, water projects authorized under the WIN Act, including water storage, water reuse and recycling, and desalination. The bill before us today includes full funding of the authorized levels for WIN Act projects, $83 million in total, and I understand the gentleman's intent with this amendment and have worked with him in the past to increase funds for all 3 categories of WIN Act programs. Where I disagree with the gentleman today is with his offset.
Just getting started.
It isn't your intent, it's the offset. The Title 16 program for water reuse and recycling has very, very strong support, and we simply cannot support using it as a pay-for. So I'd be happy to work with Mr. Calvert on his Win Act priorities, but I cannot support the offset that your amendment suggests. So I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Mr. Simpson.
Thanks, Chairwoman. Madam Chairman, I strongly support the Calvert amendment. The WIN Act authorized 3 water infrastructure programs important to members on both sides of the aisle. Programs for water storage, desalination, and water reuse and recycling projects. Those are the WIN projects. Unfortunately, the underlying bill cuts funding for these programs in half compared to current year levels. The amendment would bring funding for these programs very close to enacted levels by making use of unused prior year appropriations. I understand it is the offset that the majority objects to, but frankly, I can't understand why. These unused funds were previously provided for a competitive grant program. The Bureau of Reclamation has funded every application that it has received under this program for the past 3 years. Yet more than half of the appropriated dollars remain unused. It is these funds which no one has even applied to use, that would be reallocated to 3 programs that have more demand than dollars. The amount is also equal to more than all of the applications. I noted that even with the adoption of this amendment, the program that hasn't used its previous appropriations would still receive more dollars in FY 2022 than it did in the previous year. That amount is also equal to more than all of the applications received in the past 3 years combined. There is no justifiable reason for not putting these prior year balances to better use. Therefore, I strongly support Mr. Calvert's amendment, and I would urge my colleagues to do so also.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If not, I yield a minute to the gentleman to close.
As my colleague noted, we're not taking funding from any projects. These unused funds from previous years that we know can be used more effectively. Let's fund the programs where there's so much demand in the West. Our area in Southern California, thank God, we developed some of these wind projects, or we would be in significant harm at the present moment. So, so we need these dollars desperately, and I would urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote is requested. All those who are in favor, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler.
Aye.
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar.
Aye.
Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price? Mr. Price votes no. Mr. Quigley?
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan?
Tony, you're definitely going home, right?
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone?
No.
Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo?
Aye.
Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
No.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
No.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Aguilar?
Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Mr. Fleischman?
Mr. Fleischman votes aye.
Are there any other members? Oh, Ms. Bustos?
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Is there any other member? Mr. Case? Don't see Mr. Case. Mr. Adderholt? He's not here. Okay. Mr. Amadei? Okay. Okay. Okay, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Diaz-Balart is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
The gentleman is now recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This committee has been extremely supportive over the years to the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program. I want to particularly thank the Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Mr. Simpson for being. Mr. Simpson has been really, frankly, the champion for all of us in Florida for so many years on Everglades restoration. Again, this funding goes directly for Everglades restoration, and it enjoys wide bipartisan support in Congress and clearly in the state of Florida. I am so proud to be co-chairman of the House Everglades Caucus with my colleague from South Florida, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I, along with my Florida colleagues, actually all of those Florida colleagues in this committee, sent a letter to the administration earlier this year requesting $725 million for this critical line item. Now, why that number? Well, this number was consistent with what we believed at the time was the Army Corps' ability to use it, and was consistent with Everglades, all the stakeholders, their request level. And it would bring the restoration of the Everglades much closer to being finally completed. Now, unfortunately, the administration number in their budget request was far, far short of that. I frankly expected the administration to be more assertive in their request for Everglades funding. Every Floridian knows that the Everglades is central to our ecological and economic health and survival. It's a source of drinking water for 8 million Floridians. Now, at a time when this administration is touting infrastructure, access to clean water, and natural climate solutions, frankly, this should be their poster child. And as I said before, I was expecting the administration to be more assertive. Furthermore, strong funding for this program brings jobs to Florida. The Army Corps calculates that full funding for this program could add anywhere between 65 and 70,000 jobs. 65 to 70,000. Additionally, the state of Florida has already invested
$4.5 billion into Everglades restoration. Now, I remind folks that there's a 50-50 cost share mandate, and yet the state has done $4.5 million. The federal government is lagging behind at $1.7 billion. Again, I am grateful for this committee for the generosity, but again, we're lagging behind. So my amendment will begin to rectify this by adding an additional $375 million to the Army Corps construction account. That's the level that many of us requested in writing. Focusing that funding into environmental restoration is key. With this funding, it is my hope that the administration would utilize the boost to direct it to South Florida, to the South Florida ecosystem restoration. The energy efficiency and renewable energy account that this funding is pulled from in the bill enjoys a 32% increase over last year, or $906 million. Reducing it by $375 million still gives that account a 19% increase. So again, to be fair, there's now some conflicting responses that we've got as to how much can actually be spent. I believe that we could clearly do more. The number that I'm requesting is 375. Madam Chairwoman, I'm getting now reports from the state of Florida as to exactly what that amount is. But anyways, that is my amendment. I'm hoping that the committee would consider it. It's coming from a source that is still going to have a huge increase in funding. I yield back at this time.
Ms. Kaptur?
I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, and I know it's well-intentioned. We have members across the room today who would like to increase accounts. Our subcommittee would actually need a greater allocation to accommodate fully all of the requests we are receiving coast to coast. So we have to be fair to everyone. This amendment would actually cut the Department of Energy's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy by $375 million, and then shift those dollars to the Corps of Engineers construction account by the same amount, ostensibly to provide that funding to the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program. Now, I recognize the importance of the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program to protect and preserve the unique watersheds of the Florida Everglades, and I would note that the bill before us today would increase funding for that effort by 40%. 40% above last year, and last year it received a very, very sizable increase. So the funding in the bill currently would increase it over $100 million over last year. However, the use of the Energy Efficiency Renewable Energy Program as an offset is simply unacceptable. First and foremost, this amendment would harm our efforts to combat the climate crisis by reducing the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy by $375 million. That is a 10% cut across that program. This amendment would in no way also guarantee Mr. Diaz-Balart's wishes of putting these funds toward the Florida Everglades. The funds made available under this amendment would be available to any environmental restoration Corps project, which would be at the discretion of the administration. Furthermore, the Everglades has received $350 million in this year's budget, a 40% increase, or $100 million over last year. And indeed, if you look back over the last 3 years, there are significant increases for the Everglades projects consistently. So the current proposal represents 18% of the President's budget request for the Corps construction and 13.5% of the House funding for Corps construction, showing a significant commitment to this project in any case. So while I agree that the Everglades is a priority effort for our country, it is not the only place in our country that needs attention, and I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Mr. Simpson.
I thank you, Madam Chairman, and I support the Diaz-Balart amendment. I am well aware of the importance, in fact, have been one of the primary supporters in Congress of the Everglades Restoration Project. It is the biggest environmental restoration project in the world. It's a huge undertaking and requires significant federal and state investments. I think we should put as much money into it as the Army Corps can spend. If you will all notice the news that has been recently reported that the red tide in Florida is earlier this year than it's ever been before. And it causes significant damage to Florida and to their environment. And doing the Everglades project and restoration of the Everglades project is vitally important to restoring the environment in California. Again, in Florida. Well, California too. You guys need the water. But it is again where this money is being taken from that is of concern to the chairwoman. It would not decrease the funding for EERE. It would decrease the proposed funding for EERE. Even with this amendment being adopted, EERE would still go up 19% from last year. Let me repeat that. It would still go up 19% from last year. This is what we're talking about, is creating a more balanced bill that addresses the immediate needs, and this is certainly one of them. I would support this amendment, and I would urge others to support it also. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? I'm sorry, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to express my views on this amendment offered by my friend from Florida. And I appreciate the intent of my friend's amendment. I, too, would like to secure a more substantial increase in funding for Everglades restoration. It remains a top priority in this bill. But as the gentleman knows, I've been working to secure Everglades restoration funding throughout my almost 20 years in Congress, along with our other fellow Floridians on this subcommittee and on this committee. But unfortunately, this amendment is not the proper way to accomplish this goal, as it will not guarantee that that money will actually be used for Everglades restoration. This is a discretionary account that the gentleman is proposing to transfer this money in, and the Corps has the ability to spend it on any environmental project that they wish. So we're not actually moving money for Everglades restoration with this amendment. What I'd like to propose to my friend, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is that we continue working together as co-chairs of the Everglades Caucus. That is the most effective way for us to secure funding for this critical project in our state. Originally, Everglades restoration was to include 60 projects that would be completed over 30 years at a cost of $8.2 billion. Since its authorization in 2000, it is now estimated that it will take 50 years at a total cost of $23.2 billion to complete. This is because the federal government, as the gentleman mentioned, has consistently shortchanged its 50-50 share of the project. The state of Florida has invested far more than half at this point. The more we withhold funding for this project, the longer and more expensive it becomes. Investing now means saving later. And that is why I have been absolutely baffled and frustrated by the Army Corps' recent decision-making. According to the Corps' latest forecast, the agency needs $2.9 billion in federal funding over 4 fiscal years, or $725 million per fiscal year to get back on track. Yet the Corps submitted a request to the President for $350 million for FY22. That is less than half of what's necessary, and apparently less than they have the capacity to spend on Everglades restoration in this fiscal year. During our FY22 budget hearing with the Corps, and I'd like the members to know that this happened, the Chief of Engineers and Commanding General Spellman told us, and I quote, "We're going to fund this to its full capability." That's a word that all are familiar with. He told our subcommittee that the Corps would be requesting all the funding it could spend in FY22 for Everglades restoration. Mr. Diaz-Balart and I now have reason to believe that the Corps misrepresented its capability for Everglades restoration to the Energy and Water Subcommittee during our hearing under direct questioning. And it appears that the agency may be trying to purposely keep information regarding its capability for Everglades restoration from the Florida congressional delegation. And I still have not been able to get the Corps to tell me what it can actually handle for Everglades in FY22. It is now abundantly clear that this agency is playing politics with the taxpayer dollars we appropriate. Madam Chair, it is beyond improper and disrespectful for an agency to keep budgetary information from Congress. We are a co-equal branch of government, the Article I branch of government, and we control the power of the purse. We are the guardians of taxpayers' hard-earned dollars, not the Corps. My office has spent the past few months trying to work with the Corps for this appropriation cycle. and it's been like pulling teeth to get correct or timely information from this agency. I imagine that Chairwoman Capter has had her own struggles with trying to work with and get information from the Corps, and I know other members have had problems with their own Corps projects as well. This is an agency that consistently bites the hand that feeds it. So what I would propose to my friend from across the aisle, my dear and longtime friend, is that we really need to unite and join efforts in a bipartisan fashion to rein in the Corps and reassert our congressional power of the purse over this agency, an agency that cannot seem to give straight answers to senior members of the subcommittee that writes the bill that funds it. And it's not the first time or even a recent problem. It has occurred during both Democratic and Republican administrations. I'd like to work with my friend across the aisle to ensure that the rest of the Everglades restoration funding gets into subsequent infrastructure legislation. The best way to address this issue is through whichever infrastructure vehicles Congress decides to advance, just like we included major funding for Everglades restoration in the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act in 2009. And finally, I appreciate the help that Chairwoman Capter and her staff have given my office in trying to tame this brazen bureaucracy. I hope we can continue working together on these issues. In closing, while I can't support my friend's amendment today, I do appreciate and understand the reason and spirit in which he offered it. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Palazzo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield my time to my colleague from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm trying to see if we can reach a solution here. So, as my colleague from Florida said, there have been, and I mentioned that in my opening statement on this issue, there have been some different answers as to how much can actually be spent this year. Now, the state of Florida has told me, and I actually haven't even been able to tell my colleague from South Florida, Washington Schultz, that the Corps is capable of spending $457 million. 457, that's a different number, $457 million. And that's looking at the integrated delivery schedule and knowing that the state is putting in $253 million for fiscal year 2020, this number adds up. So to try to move things forward, we could do a couple of different things, Madam Chairwoman. We could, with unanimous consent, we could change the amendment to the $475 million. And I don't know if that's something that the subcommittee chairwoman would be willing to take up. And I understand that, you know, because I look forward to working with her, and there's strong, I know that she supports it. I know that I think the subcommittee supports it and the committee supports it. I think the real number now is $457 million, according to the state.
Would the gentleman yield?
What they're doing. Yes, please.
Thank you, and I appreciate the gentleman's. I'm sorry. I was just asking for the gentleman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Recognized, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Very clearly, we are in a shifting sands situation where we do not have a clear and accurate picture of exactly how much the Corps is able to spend because they haven't been truthful with us or forthcoming. And I can appreciate the state of Florida's point of view on how much might be possible, but we do have a real opportunity going forward to make sure that we can fund even more significant expanded funding for Everglades restoration in our upcoming infrastructure legislation that we know will be coming in some form. So regardless of the number that we put in to this amendment, we're still putting it into an account under your proposal where we have no guarantee that it'll be spent on Everglades restoration. So unfortunately, the place that the gentleman is proposing to place the funding doesn't ensure that we actually will have the funding spent on Everglades, both because the Corps can't be trusted and because they have the full discretion in this account to spend the money as they see fit on environmental projects. I yield back
If I
to the gentleman.
I don't know if I have any time left. I take that I probably don't. So.
Well, why don't you conclude, because I'd like to recognize the chair of the subcommittee.
Again, so we're talking about now a much lower number, and so I want to be helpful, and I know that the chairwoman wants to be helpful. So again, we could either, and this is a real number because this is what the state is putting in, or again, in interest of time, here's the other thing that I would offer then is, if I could continue working with the chairwoman to make sure that, because I think there is a commitment to try to do better on this. I look forward to working with the chairwoman. If I could get the commitment of the chairwoman that we'll continue to work on this to see what the actual number is, what can be spent, because we want to make sure that we only put as much as can actually be spent. with that, I'm willing to then obviously withdraw, but I do need a commitment that, because I'm very disappointed in the fact that the administration was not very aggressive. I think you're hearing from those of us here in the committee, we want to be more aggressive, and I look forward to working with the chairwoman if she would be willing to do so.
All right, well, first of all, that's very generous for the gentleman to do that. I think Congressman Diaz-Balart is a very effective spokesperson for the Everglades, as is Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz. This is very, very complicated because of the increasing pressures on the Corps that include the Everglades, but go far beyond the Everglades. The kinds of natural disasters that we are experiencing as a country, they are working as hard as they can with the staff that they have. I don't want to say that they're perfect. I will have found, we accept the fact that you will withdraw your amendment. We will work with you. We have a systemic issue in the Corps in that the vast majority of the thousands of professionals that they hire are largely civil engineers, and I have nothing against civil engineers, but they need many more environmental engineers on their staff, in my opinion, to deal with the changing nature of what we deal with, the environment in our country. And so the Everglades is as much an environmental engineering project as it is a civil engineering project. This is facing us in many places in the country where we have to figure out what to do with erosion, with resiliency, with what you've heard about here today from so many members who participated fully in this debate. So I promise the gentleman I will work with you. I was frankly disappointed in the mark that we were given, not by this committee, but by the administration, and in terms of the amount of funding that we were allowed to spend. So you're getting counter pressures in terms of what you're trying to achieve, and also the Everglades requires a great deal of money, and I would say that the level of increase we are giving from what we have is reasonable. So we would be happy to work with you to try to get the Corps to respond and to also help them retool to face the new challenges that America is enduring from coast to coast. So thank you very, very much.
And with
Madam
that,
Chairwoman, I thank the chairwoman. So yeah, I too was disappointed. I thought the administration could have and should have been a lot more aggressive in their support of funding for Everglades restoration. I can read the tea leaves, and it's always good when the chairwoman is willing to work with you. So with that, I thank you for indulgence, and I withdraw the amendment.
the amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments? Mr. Valadeo is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 3, Valadeo 3.
The clerk will read the amendment.
And I ask that unanimous consent be considered read.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Central California has one of the most agriculturally productive lands in the world, much of which depends on water contracted through the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project, and delivered largely by way of canals during decades of droughts and years of receiving little to no water through their contracts. Farmers have had to turn to pumping groundwater to protect their high-value crops. Towns have been forced to pump more and more groundwater to meet their communities' needs. Burdensome environmental overregulation has restricted available water and prevented aquifers from replenishing their supply. As a result, these communities have experienced increasing land subsidence at the expense of critical water transportation infrastructure. In the past 14 years alone, the city of Corcoran, a rural agricultural-dependent town in my district, has sunk 11.5 feet, contributing to significant damage to the Bryant Current Canal, like the Delta Mendota Canal and the California Aqueduct. The damage to Bryant Current Canal drastically reduces its capacity to deliver water to its contractors. Currently, damage caused by the land subsidence has significantly reduced the carrying capacity of these canals. Consequently, obligations are unable to fully meet the communities again, and the communities are again compelled to pump groundwater. This leads to additional land subsidence and further damage to canals. My amendment would create a grant program to fund the acceleration and completion of repairs to damaged canal infrastructure facilities to break this cycle and enable farmers to comply with state pumping limits. Unless these canals are fully repaired, this harmful cycle will continue and the conditions will only worsen. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment to provide the funding needed to restore canal projects like those integral to California's water transportation infrastructure. I yield back.
Captain?
I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. This would authorize a new grant program, underline the word authorize, for $400 million for 4 years for certain canal infrastructure projects in reclamation states. Authorizing is not within the jurisdiction of this committee. I oppose this amendment for 2 reasons beyond that. First, this amendment authorizes a brand new program that should be considered first by the authorizing committees of jurisdiction. And second, this proposal departs from current law by making these funds non-reimbursable, meaning that the water users do not have to repay the federal government for these investments. Under current law, water users would need to repay the federal government over a certain period of time. So it's a vast change, and this is a policy issue that should be negotiated by the authorizers. There will be give and take, and this is the sort of thing that is not within the purview of the Appropriations Committee. And for these reasons, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Mr. Simpson.
I rise in support, surprisingly, in support of the Valadeo amendment. In the West, being able to save every drop of water available is critical. This amendment would authorize a program that would provide for repairs to water infrastructure projects and help improve efficiency of water deliveries. Now, I understand the argument that we don't authorize in this committee. That's never done. We never authorize in this committee. That's why we're not going to authorize something like interim storage, which is not authorized, which is contrary to the law. That's why we're not going to authorize that in this bill. Oh, excuse me, we do. So we do, in fact, authorize certain things in this bill. This is a good program, a good idea, and I suspect that Mr. Valadeo knows what he's talking about, and I would urge my colleagues to support this.
Are there any other members wishing to? Mr. Calvert.
I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. We are in tough straits in California, and this canal subsidence is a real problem. It's obviously undermining water security throughout our state. As the gentleman mentioned, the California Aqueduct, the Delta Mendota Canal, the Friant Kern Canal in particular, are all major arteries in California. And we've lost a significant amount of capacity due to this subsidence. And the ability to keep water moving throughout a state of 40 million people is extremely important to meet our federal contract obligations to deliver water for refuges and listed species. I would all hope that we can agree to dedicating these resources during this horrible drought is a worthy investment. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If there are no further debate, the general.
Yes, Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I might just be recognized for, I just wanted to clarify that to my dear colleague from Idaho, we do provide funding for interim storage within the confines of current law. So the authorizers have done their duty, and we operate within that construct. So I just want to put that out there for clarification.
Madam Chairwoman, if I might
Yes.
respond. There are 5 authorizing provisions within Title II alone of this bill. 5. All I'm saying is that we always throw that excuse out there, oh, we can't authorize if we don't want a program. The reality is everyone in this room knows that we do. That's the reality.
There is no further debate. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close. Mr. Valadeo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Simpson and Calvert, for your kind words. This legislation is pretty simple, or this amendment is pretty simple. Obviously, our communities are struggling. The water infrastructure in California is aging and is getting to a point where it's not able to deliver the water we need. Water that comes from Northern California down to the southern part of California also continues on down south to Southern California and delivers water to those communities. So this isn't just about little farm towns that I represent, but this is also about the cities in Southern California that rely on this water. I think it's a simple amendment. I think it can be very productive for the state of California, and I would ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Further amendments? Mr. Cuellar is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment at the desk, the Cuellar-Granger Amendment Number 1, and I would move that with the unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I certainly want to thank Ranking Member Granger for joining me in introducing this important amendment. This amendment will prevent the Nuclear Regulatory Commission from unilaterally, and I emphasize unilaterally, creating a new nuclear waste consolidated interim storage facilities. And I'm talking about Texas and New Mexico. The NRC is walking through the process of approving an application to store high-level nuclear waste in Texas and New Mexico. Both sites are in the heart of the Permian Basin. If approved, the application would send nuclear waste to these sites despite opposition from both states in contradiction to federal law. The governor of New Mexico is a former colleague of ours, Michelle Lujan. The governor from Texas is a Republican, Greg Abbott, and they're both, along with the delegations, Democrats and Republicans, are against this particular site. Just yesterday, the host county of the proposed site, Andrews County, voted to oppose this construction of this high-level waste storage sites that the NRC is racing to license. Madam Chair, I'm certain that you can appreciate the problem of corrosion when it comes to nuclear safety and public health. You do remember the Davis-Besse nuclear power plant in your own district that almost had a complete core meltdown. That happened because 12 inches of carbon steel on top of the nuclear had dissolved, and it had been for a lot of luck at a tiny sliver of stainless steel, that nuclear power plant would have had a full core meltdown. Again, we're talking about safety, and we're asking that the NRC should not act without consent. At the national level facility, tribal and state governments are afforded the right to approve or reject. Again, under the law, they are afforded the right to approve or reject the proposed SNF storage facilities under the NWPA. The NRC is moving forward with the licensing of these facilities that will again store the nuclear waste. And again, I emphasize, despite the opposition of both host states. I also, in closing, would say also that in talking to my friend, my colleague from Nevada, her language about having a consent-based approach in undertaking this type of activities is key. And again, the key word is consent. The key word is approval. And if the state government and the local governments and the delegations, both Democratic and Republicans in Texas and New Mexico oppose, I believe that the federal agency should listen to that. I look forward to working with the chairwoman, Ms. Capter. She has been very accommodating. Her staff has worked with us. I want to say I really, really appreciate that. And with that, I reserve a point of order and yield back.
Ms. Capter?
You'll reserve, sorry.
Ms. Capter?
Thank you, Mr. Cuellar, very, very much, and I appreciate my colleague's effort to raise attention to the issue of nuclear waste. I understand the sensitivities that can be involved in siting a nuclear waste facility, and also know that our communities are counting on us to do something about nuclear waste, and frankly, with the current leadership, it's the first time we've made any progress, so I appreciate Ranking Member Simpson's cooperation in this effort. And while we're taking steps forward in our bill on a federal interim storage facility, this amendment raises issues that are best addressed by our authorizing committees And of course, anything that would be done would have to be consent-based. So we're happy to work with you, Mr. Cuellar, on this very important national imperative to address interim storage, and would look forward to your withdrawing the amendment and in anticipation of being able to work together as we move forward. Thank you.
Ms. Granger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the amendment and share my colleagues' concern about the high-level nuclear waste interim storage facilities proposed to be located in West Texas and New Mexico. The Nuclear Waste Policy Act lays out federal policy for dealing with interim storage and permanent disposal of nuclear waste, including certain procedures that must be followed. Yet neither proposal for facilities in West Texas or New Mexico follows this policy on these procedures. Without an agreed-upon plan for permanent disposal, these so-called interim storage facility sites could store all the nation's spent nuclear waste, nuclear fuel for upwards of 100 years. The bill before us today continues funding and direction first included in last year's bill for a federal interim storage facility under existing authority and using a consent-based approach. Neither the West Texas proposal for the New Mexico nor the New Mexico proposal follow the energy and water bill language. The state of Texas and the state of New Mexico strongly oppose these proposed facilities. I support the Cuellar amendment because it would ensure that federal funds could not be used to make an end run around federal policy as set out in federal law. And I yield back.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of my colleague from Texas. At the core of this issue is safety, and communities, especially out in West Texas, are concerned about the safety of storing nuclear waste. I agree this is a broader discussion, and we need to find a solution going forward on it that will require more than just a Band-Aid on it. And with that, I yield back.
Congresswoman Lee from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to say to my Texas colleagues, I completely understand where you're coming from. You're fighting to keep nuclear waste out of your community, as am I. None of us want to see our communities become the dumping grounds for nuclear waste without consent. It's been an honor to get to talk with so many of you on this committee about consent-based solutions to nuclear waste. And quite honestly, it's why I made sure I joined this subcommittee to basically have a seat at the table to come to a solution for our country. We heard directly from the Energy Secretary Granholm and the Biden administration that they support consent-based solutions for nuclear storage, and that's where we need to focus our efforts. So I look forward to working with all of you to find the solutions to our nuclear waste problem. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you, Madam Chair, the ranking member, Mr. Simpson, and certainly my good friend, Ms. Capter. Ms. Granger, thank you so much. Ms. Lee, thank you again, and Mr. Gonzalez again. All we're asking is follow the law. That's all we're asking. Just follow the law, follow the federal law. And with that, Madam Chair, I withdraw my amendment on the condition that we're going to continue working together. Thank you.
The amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments? Mr. Calvert is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered read.
This is amendment number 2, Mr. Calvert?
Yes, this is
okay,
amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, Chair Capter, and Ranking Member Simpson, thank you for the opportunity to offer my amendment to the Energy and Water Appropriation Bill. It's about water again. My amendment would strike the funding prohibition for Shasta Dam and the Reservoir Enlargement Project and provide the previously requested funding for the project. This is an issue we have debated in this committee for many years. It took many years to get the permits to build this project. It's all ready to go. This is something we desperately need. As you all know, California is facing one of the driest years on record. Much of the West is in the same situation. Shasta is California's only shovel-ready large water storage project. Funding for this project has been blocked for years over politics at the expense of the people, farms, fish that need this additional water supply. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife announced their concern this week that rising temperatures and drought conditions would kill off every juvenile Chinook salmon in the Sacramento River. Water levels during the summer in Shasta are managed to retain a cold water pool for salmon runs later in the year, and raising Shasta would create a larger and more secure cold water pool. This means more water for people and fish. If the Shasta raise were already completed, we wouldn't be talking about every juvenile Chinook salmon in the river dying in the first year of a drought. During a historic drought year, while an entire generation of salmon are in jeopardy, and while the control of this House by the Democratic Party and the White House, I just can't understand why my colleagues have gone out of their way to highlight the shovel-ready Western water projects they oppose. We need to raise Shasta. Remove this misguided prohibition from this bill. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Capter?
I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. This amendment would name a controversial California water project in the underlying bill, thereby making the project eligible to receive federal appropriations under the WIN Act. Additionally, this amendment would strike Section 208 from the Bureau of Reclamation title of the bill, a provision included in the bill to ensure that provided in our bill cannot be used for this controversial project. We are still having the conversation about this project, which Congress has now rejected multiple times. Rejected multiple times. The project is still unlawful under California state law. Furthermore, the project still does not have a non-federal partner. It still does not have a non-federal partner, which is required to move forward. There's simply no reason to allow our funds to be used to further a project that ultimately can never be built. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for yielding. I rise, maybe not surprisingly, in support of the Calvert Amendment. And while the gentlelady is opposed because it names a specific project, the fact in this bill, the reality is that they name a specific project in prohibiting the funds. So that's really not the issue. For the third year in a row now, the majority has unfairly targeted a water infrastructure project of great importance to my California colleagues. Shasta Dam and Reservoir Enlargement Project will provide significant benefits to the entire state of California, and maybe had it been done 3 years ago, maybe more so this year than ever before. Unfortunately, the majority has again doubled down on the partisanship by including language prohibiting any funds from being used for this project. I find it interesting that the majority feels the need to prohibit their own administration from funding Shasta Dam. That seems like an acknowledgement that it is a good project, or else why would they be worried about the Biden administration trying to fund it? When it comes to water supply, it is inappropriate to throw away opportunities to enhance water security in the drought-prone West. I encourage my colleagues to return to this subcommittee's tradition of keeping politics out of funding decisions for critical water supply projects and to support this amendment. And I yield back.
Mr. Valadao, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Shasta Dam and Reservoir Enlargement Project is a uniquely important project for California. Not only is the Shasta Reservoir the largest reservoir in the Central Valley Project, but given its upstream position, the Shasta Reservoir feeds a large portion of the project's downstream network. Any increase in supply means greater water allocations down the entire system. It's pretty much the whole state of California. Raising the Shasta Dam would allow for additional storage of enough water to sustain as many as 2 million people annually. When there are families living downstream, such as those living in the community of Teviston, in my district, that is currently relying on bottled water to wash their clothes, shower, and stay hydrated in over 100-degree heat. The significance of this substantial increase in storage capacity of the Shasta Reservoir cannot be discounted. We also should not overlook the benefits of this project for farmers in the Central Valley. Central Valley farms are responsible for more than 40% of the nation's fruits, nuts, and other table foods produced annually. During this drought, south of Delta contractors have been allocated 0% of their 2021 water contracts through the Central Valley Project, forcing farmers to fallow their fields and abandon their crops. Raising the Shasta Dam and Reservoir will allow more water to be stored during wet years to increase the water allocations available to our farmers in times of drought. In addition, greater water storage can prevent communities like Teviston from suffering during these dry years. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment to allow the funds to be made available to the Shasta Dam and Reservoir Enlargement Project. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the gentlelady. Every water project is controversial in California. I want to point that out. The Colorado River has about 60 million acre-feet of storage along that river. The average inflow into the Colorado River is approximately 16 million acre-feet. California receives actually 10 times more that participation in the north, but the entire state has half as much storage as the Colorado River. There's no ignoring that we need more storage. Raising Shasta Dam would roughly bring in about 650,000 acre-feet of additional water, most of that yield. And if we support water storage, we need to put resources forward when it comes time to construct these projects. I hope you'll all join me in striking this rider and funding this critical project. I certainly urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Valadeo.
Amendment number 1, Valadeo 1.
Thank you.
And I ask that unanimous consent that it be considered read.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to highlight my amendment and discuss an emergency situation in my home state. This has been a long week, so I'll keep it as brief as possible. As a result of California's drought and insufficient storage of water from the wet years, rural communities in my district are running out of water for the residents' daily use. The city of Avenel, for example, expects to be completely out of water by next month. As a result, more than 10,000 residents will be out of water for everyday uses, including cooking, washing clothes, drinking, and showering. Meanwhile, with little to no water for their crops, farmers in the Central Valley have been forced to fallow their fields and dry out valuable orchards. Thousands of acres of produce will be unable to be planted this year, yielding roughly 1/4 of the nation's food. This is not a concern for just California alone. Farmers and producers in California grow more than 1/3 of the vegetables and 2/3 of the fruits and nuts produced in the United States. Investing in California's water storage infrastructure is absolutely critical to preventing the devastation we are currently witnessing in my district and across California, and avoiding food shortages that inevitably increase costs of food for every person in the United States. Americans don't need to be worrying about this, especially as people are still financially recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. My amendment, which extends appropriations authorizations for water storage projects under the WIN Act by an additional year, will allow California to make the most of our wet years and ensure families and farmers have a clean, reliable source of water in times of drought. I ask my colleagues to allow California's farmers to continue to feed the world and to address the suffering of California's families by supporting this amendment. I yield back.
Yes, I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. This amendment would reauthorize Subtitle J of the WIN Act, which deals with water storage, water reuse and recycling, and desalination projects. I am not against these programs, nor is our bill. In fact, our bill includes funding for them at the fully authorized amount, in fact. But again, this is a serious policy issue that should be negotiated by the authorizers. I urge Mr. Valadeo to take this matter up with the authorization committees of jurisdiction and oppose the amendment, and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Mr. Simpson.
Yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise again in support of the Valadeo amendment. This amendment would simply extend certain very important authorizations for 1 year. I don't understand the problem with extending these authorizations for 1 year. For example, it would continue to allow the new Title 16 projects to compete for the funding provided in this bill. The underlying bill includes 5 similar short-term authorization extensions. These provisions, including the amendment, would ensure important programs can continue through fiscal year 2022, while hopefully the authorizing committees will work to enact long-term reauthorizations. I support this amendment and urge my colleagues to support it also. It only makes sense.
Are there other members who are wishing to be heard on this amendment? Okay, Mr. Harder, and then I'll go to Mr. Calvin.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment from my colleague from California. The fact is, the WIN Act was an emergency response to the last drought that we had in our western states. And now we're in another drought emergency across California. In fact, it's in many cases even worse than the circumstances that led to the WIN Act in the first place. And now to be withdrawing support from proven projects that would be successful and important in a state of drought across California, I think would be irresponsible, including projects authorized by the WIN Act in my district, like the Del Puerto Canyon Reservoir, that have still not made it into the construction phase. And so continuing to extend the authorization to make sure that these projects get closer to completion is incredibly important. And I pledge to work with this subcommittee and with my colleague to try to make sure that we are getting more of these projects authorized and completed across this process, because we know how critical it is, and we know how that it stops. I mean, we see typical droughts in our area are 30% layoffs in some of the worst affected regions of my district and Mr. Valadeo's, and it is imperative that we get these projects funded one way or another. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Calvert.
I thank the chair. California is probably heading into mandatory rationing this year for the first time in many, many, many years. We also have probably upcoming blackouts and brownouts of electrical power this summer. We're in a desperate strait in our state. This WIN Act was passed in 2016 with bipartisan support of both the majority of the Congress and support of President Obama and Senator Feinstein. This law provided a generational investment in new water infrastructure across the West: Idaho, Washington, Texas, California, and the lower Colorado River Basin have already benefited from the first 5 years of this law. It provides a lifeline to soon expiring WIN Act, is one of the top priorities for my California colleagues in the Energy and Water Bill. One provision, as you have mentioned, has already expired, and the majority of the law will expire at the end of this year. I was disappointed that our request was not included in the base bill. Several major water storage projects and roughly 60 water recycling projects will be jeopardized if Congress fails to act. That represents roughly $650 million in federal investment in water recycling projects that fall off the table at the end of this year. The Energy and Water Bill includes several one-year extensions for expiring programs. Subtitle J, as the chair mentioned, of the WIN Act is no different. In this time of drought, we need to redouble our commitments to Western water infrastructure and not move backwards. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague, Mr. Harder, and Mr. Calvert and Mr. Simpson in support of this. This is a simple amendment. It just changes a few dates. It's something that we do throughout this bill and other projects, and I think this one is obviously of high importance. Over these past few weeks in my district, when I've gone to some of these communities that I have the honor of representing, even little communities like Kettleman City, which a lot of you probably drive through when you're driving between LA and San Francisco, 1,500 people, and they're on the verge of also not having enough water to finish out the year. The looks on their faces in this type of heat is something that I think all of you should see when we talk about water, because this is something that has a direct impact on people, but it also has a direct impact on the rest of the country, because I know so many of you enjoy the fruits and vegetables that we were able to grow there. So again, I ask for an aye vote.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is
Madam
not
Chair, I ask for a
adopted.
recorded vote.
Vote has been requested. All those in agreement, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler.
Aye.
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms.
McCollum's a no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone.
No.
Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Ms. Roybal-Allard? You're not recorded yet.
Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no.
Ms. Bustos, I'm sorry.
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
The clerk will tally. And while the clerk is tallying, let me just say a very big thank you to Mr. Pocan for the pecans and so forth, all these snacks at your stations there, and to Ms. Capter for the candy and for the trail mix and the Werther's Originals, which I have one in my mouth at the moment, excuse me. So, but thank you both very, very much for your generosity. On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 32, and the amendment is not adopted. Mr. Valadeo, you're on a roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is amendment number 2, and I ask that unanimous consent that it be considered read.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Across the entire state of California, communities depend on the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project to meet their water needs. Everyone is well aware that there is currently a devastating drought actively damaging the American West, including my district and districts represented by many of you in this room. As we consider this legislation, there are small rural towns in the Central Valley with wells that are completely running out of water. They haven't already. This is on top of the 0% water allocation for South of Delta contractors. There are farmers being forced to fallow their crops and conserve water, crops that would have fed families across the United States and across the whole world. It is abundantly clear that especially now that our water must be used as productively as possible. The WIN Act, which President Obama signed into law, directed the Secretaries of Interior and Commerce to develop a new operations plan for the Central Valley Water Project and the State Water Project, which was completed in February 2020. The resulting biological opinions provide flexibility and guidance to make use of California's water to the fullest extent and avoid waste of this precious resource. Unfortunately, the implementation of this science, which was never meant to be a political issue, was immediately obstructed by partisan motives. Before President Trump had even signed the memorandum directing the new plans move forward, the state of California threatened suit against the conclusion of these four years of studies. The 2019 BIOPS, as they are known, were independently peer-reviewed and informed by the most accurate, best available science. The corresponding operations plans for the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project employs this science and data to ensure greater water reliability and availability for communities and farms across California while continuing to protect at-risk species. This is not a partisan or political issue. It's science. Codifying the 2019 biological opinions puts an end to the senseless litigation and will provide farmers with the certainty they need to continue feeding the world and ensure families in California have access to clean and reliable water. I ask my colleagues to support this, the best, most accurate scientific data available by voting in favor of this amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Capter.
Yes, I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. This amendment would statutorily define certain terms that are the subject of ongoing litigation between the state of California and the federal government. The amendment appears to be mundane, but in reality, it deals with definitions of key terms in reclamation law that are the subject, as I say, of ongoing suits between the state of California and the federal government. I do not view that as senseless litigation. My colleagues, the litigation between California and the federal government is ongoing and deals with whether the Bureau of Reclamation is complying with California state law protections for salmon and other fish species. In my view, this amendment attempts to influence matters currently under judicial review, which is improper and irresponsible. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Mr. Simpson.
I thank Chairwoman for yielding. You might all think that Chairwoman Capter and I never agree on anything. That's just the controversial issues that have come up during this debate. I rise in support of the Valadeo amendment, and I find it kind of surprising. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle continually tell us as Republicans, just follow the science. Whatever the subject is, just follow the science. This amendment offers support for operating 2 major water infrastructure projects in the state of California in accordance with the most recent biological opinions. These biological opinions were developed using the best available science and with appropriate involvement of all stakeholders. This is following the science. That's the reality. We are doing just what you've asked us to do, and that is follow the science. So I support this amendment, and if we waited till there was a court decision on everything in California, I mean, they've been under lawsuit for one reason or another since probably statehood. That goes on and on. This is a good amendment, and it does, as I said, follow the science.
Are there additional members who want to speak on this amendment? Mr. Calvert.
I guess probably people understand we have a drought in California, but this just doesn't affect California. When you go to the market this weekend and you see the price of lettuce and tomatoes and the produce that you enjoy, understand the price has gone up considerably. And the reason for that, a significant reason for that, is because of the drought in California, because we produce so much of the nation's fruit, vegetables, and nuts, as Mr. Valadao pointed out. This is not just affecting the price of produce, it's affecting people's lives. And it's not just the small communities that Mr. Valadao represents, but also the Los Angeles Basin, which depends. We live in a desert, folks, in California, and we depend on imported water. And so these biological opinions that have been done and been invested in, millions of dollars, and we have an opportunity to continue that expertise, be incorporated in the operational plans for water delivery in California. I would hope at some point we used to, work together on some of these water projects and water for people in California. I would hope that we can at some point do that again, because our state needs us to come together to ensure that water users will be, get the water that they need to supply the water to the people of our state, and people are really throughout the West. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized for a minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This science that's talked about in the biological opinions, or that's used to develop that document, is actually started under the Obama administration. It's something that the federal law mandates they do every 10 years. There was a delay there, and so President Trump signed those early in his, or in February 2020. This science is clear. It's developed by career staff that work in the department that have been there for many administrations, that are very intelligent and experts in their field. And managing that water properly in a situation like we have today is of the utmost importance. Those communities that I have the honor of representing are truly struggling. This isn't just about farmers, as obviously they play a huge role in making sure that every one of you have opportunity to eat. And we've had the opportunity to deliver almonds and pistachios. I'd love to have brought some of the amazing melons that I was in the fields with the farmer in my district the other day picking, but those are a little bit harder to transport. But we're lucky to have the opportunity to grow those and feed the nation, but we need folks like yourselves to help support this and move this amendment forward. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you. And I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the
Madam Chair, I ask for a roll call vote.
Sufficient number having indicated their support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Mr. Fortenberry. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler.
Aye.
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar.
Aye.
Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger.
Dutch.
Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone.
No.
Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Aye. I mean, no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Are there any, Ms. Bustos?
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Mr. Fortenberry?
Mr. Fortenberry votes aye.
I'm thinking 25, 30.
The clerk will tally. Is there just one more? On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 33, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Klein is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and move that it be considered as read.
The gentleman is, that's without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the ranking member. This amendment would prohibit taxpayer funds from going to any entity that is owned or controlled by a corporation based in a country identified as a non-market economy country or has been identified as a priority foreign country by the USTR in the most recent report required by the Trade Act of 1974. Similar language was included in the Science Foundation for the Future Act recently approved by the House for the National Science Foundation. As the largest federal sponsor of basic research in the physical sciences with awards upwards of $6.6 billion in grants and contracts annually, the Department of Energy programs are targets for nefarious actors, particularly those who participate in China's talent recruitment programs. In fact, a 2019 Senate report detailed numerous instances of the Chinese Communist Party's efforts to infiltrate our research institutions. In particular, the report pointed to China's 1,000 Talent Plan as the most active of these recruitment programs. Sample contracts obtained for the Senate report show that the 1,000 Talent Plan requires participating scientists and researchers to abide by Chinese law, recruit other researchers, sign over any intellectual property rights to the sponsoring Chinese institution, and keep their contracts a secret. And through talent recruitment programs like the TTP, China has systematically and strategically attained information and intellectual property from the U.S., both in the public and private sectors. This includes TTP members working on sensitive research at national labs and members with security clearances, including one case where a TTP member who was a postdoctoral researcher at an Energy Department lab removed 30,000 electronic files, which included presentations, technical papers, research, and charts from the U.S. lab and then returned to China. While DOE instituted a policy in 2019 to prohibit participation in a talent recruitment program, As stewards of taxpayer dollars, we can do more by passing this amendment to ensure that none of the funding we appropriate goes toward any entity owned or controlled by a corporation based in countries of concern. The protection of U.S. competitive and national security interests and not allowing these interests to be diverted to China to bolster its own security and economic aims is of most importance, and I ask my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Yes, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. Like Mr. Klein, I hold very serious concerns about the potential influence of foreign ownership of companies here in the United States, of influence at our universities, and yes, indeed, even in the government itself. I've been very clear on that personally for many years. However, I must oppose this amendment at this time. We received this amendment about 12 hours prior to this markup, which left us without the ability or sufficient time to understand the full implications of the restrictions of this amendment. While the language is similar to language included in the recent House-passed Department of Energy Science for the Future Act, that provision only applied to the Department of Energy's Office of Science. This amendment would apply to all of the Department of Energy. Let me expand on my explanation. The Department of Energy has a very broad mission, ranging from energy and science research to international energy programs and nuclear non-proliferation programs to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons and material around the world. Believe me, the Department of Energy already has existing standards in place for working with entities that engage foreign involvement. As well, other agencies throughout the federal government have rules and regulations in place that govern how the federal government interacts with foreign companies and companies with foreign ownership. And we've not had time to consult with those agencies either. Without understanding how the restrictions proposed in this amendment would impact DOE's important and diverse programs, including our national security, I cannot support this amendment at this time. Mr. Klein, I'd be happy to work with you on this larger issue, which I have noted has long been of concern to me. But today, in view of the very limited time that we had to even assess this amendment, I must oppose it and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Mr. Simpson is recognized.
I thank the Chairwoman. I support the Klein Amendment. We all know there are countries that don't follow international rules of norm. Countries, for instance, that don't honor and protect intellectual property rights. This amendment would simply bar the Department of Energy from giving U.S. taxpayer dollars to entities that are owned or controlled by such countries. This language was modeled after the language that has already passed the House, as was mentioned, that applies to the Department of Science in the Department of Energy, and this would expand it to all the Department of Energy. I understand there may be some concerns about the unintended consequences of broadening this language to the entire department. I would be happy to work with my colleagues to make sure that the technical corrections to this, any technical corrections as this bill moves through the legislative process that are necessary can be made. But it's important to include this language now rather than pass up the opportunity to address the issue entirely, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the words of the Chair and Ranking Member on this. I would like to continue working. I would hope that it would be adopted today, but as we move forward, because this language has precedent, I would hope that we would be better safe than sorry and adopt the amendment today. So I yield back. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman, and all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. All those opposed say no. No?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient number have being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Rare-Butler.
Aye.
Ms. Rare-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no.
Hold on one second.
Mr. Price.
Yep.
Mr. Price votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone.
No.
Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
No.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Diaz-Balart? Votes aye.
Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye.
Ms. Bustos?
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
The clerk will tally. Does any other member have as many notebooks? I think there's been a run on notebooks at the stationery store. It's like they are multiplying. Great. The binder business is really flourishing through the appropriations process. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel?
I don't have an amendment, but I did, Madam Chair, I did want to add a comment on this bill before Ms. Kapner closes, because I did not mention, there's a very controversial issue in Palm Beach County in terms of the water lake levels of Lake Okeechobee. There's lots of stakeholders, and the people who use the water for drinking and for their farming and so forth. And I want to thank Mrs. Kapner again for putting language in this bill that directs or encourages the Army Corps to follow the science, not politics, in determining the proper water levels for Lake Okeechobee and to weigh the concerns of all the water users. So thank you very much, Ms. Kapner. Yield back.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 33, and the amendment is defeated. Is there any further amendments or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina for a motion, and I ask for your support of this bill.
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Act for 2022 to the full House.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, sufficient number. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ.
Aye.
Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro.
Votes aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes no. Mr. Fortenberry. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera Butler.
No.
Ms. Herrera Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter. Aye. Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence.
Aye.
Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
Aye.
Ms. McCullum votes aye. Ms. Meng.
Aye.
Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar.
No.
Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo votes no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price votes aye. Mr. Quigley.
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Fortenberry.
Trone, yes.
Mr. Fortenberry votes no.
Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Trone.
Yes.
Mr. Trone votes aye.
Aye.
Mr. Cuellar.
Mr. Cuellar votes aye.
Are there any further members? If not, the clerk will tally. Good job, Mike. On this vote, the yeas are 33, the nays are 24, and the motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. 3 days without objection. The markup on energy and water is adjourned. We will now move to the markup on transportation and housing and urban development. No, I'm okay, sweet. Thank you. I've got water. Oh, my microphone's- Well, we're getting ready to begin T-HUD probably in about the next 20, 25 minutes. Lunch will be out there. They just brought it in and they're laying it up. Do you think it's ready? Tom, double check. Excuse me. Lunch is ready. So you can go down, make your way back, because we are going to continue on. Committee will come to order. Our second order of business today is consideration of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2022. I will now recognize Mr. Price to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. After marking up 11 other bills, I'm happy that we saved the best for last. And I'm very proud to present the fiscal year 2022 Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and related agencies appropriations bill for your consideration. Before I mention some of the bill's highlights, I want to thank our ranking member and former chairman of this subcommittee, Mario Diaz-Balart. He's collaborated every step of the way. He is the former chair. He brings a wealth of expertise and knowledge to this, as well as a kind of trademark collegial and cooperative style, and I very much appreciate that and value his partnership. I'd also like to thank our full committee chairwoman, of course, Rosa DeLauro, for her determined leadership, the ranking member, Kay Granger, for her leadership, and for all of the members of this subcommittee from both sides of the aisle who have contributed their ideas to help shape this bill. As was the case last year, I'm pleased to report that we accommodated well over 90% of Democratic and Republican member requests, and that includes program requests and language requests and project requests. I hope we can continue to move forward in that kind of bipartisan fashion. This year's THUD bill represents a renewed commitment to prioritize safety, to upgrade our aging transportation infrastructure, to address our nation's affordable housing and homelessness crisis, to bolster our resiliency to natural disasters and a changing climate, and to remedy inequities and disparities in our housing and transportation systems. As our nation continues to grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic, more critical than ever to ensure that vulnerable populations, communities of color, the unhoused, veterans, domestic violence survivors, the elderly, people with disabilities, that these people remain at the forefront of our efforts. The bill includes $84.1 billion in discretionary funding. That's an increase of nearly $8.7 billion over the fiscal 2021 enacted level. The bill also includes major increases in contract authority for formula grant programs that draw on the Highway Trust Fund rather than discretionary funding. That, of course, reflects the Invest in America Act that recently passed the House. In total, the fiscal 22 THUD bill provides $162.6 billion in budgetary resources for agencies under our jurisdiction, which is an increase of $25.9 billion compared to fiscal year 21. On the housing side of the ledger, we're keeping more than 4.8 million people stably housed by fully renewing the housing choice vouchers from previous years, preserving all rental assistance for persons living with HIV, and meeting the renewal needs of several other programs. This is coupled with critical new investments, including more than 125,000 new tenant-based vouchers, expanded housing opportunities for low-income families and people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and we're doubling the number of new units proposed in the President's budget for Section 202, Housing for the Elderly, Section 811, Housing for People with Disabilities, and we're increasing the number of people served through the Homeless Assistance Grants program by more than 18,000, and we're continuing our revival, our multi-year revival of the unique Choice Neighborhoods program. The bill also makes significant investments in public housing. We're providing an increase of $834 million for public housing operations and capital maintenance to preserve nearly 1 million units of affordable housing and improve the living conditions for the more than 2 million low-income individuals served by that program. This includes $3.4 billion for capital grants to address the dilapidated state, the disgraceful dilapidated state of public housing in this country, which all too often reveals itself in acute lead and mold and radon and carbon monoxide and fire hazards. The bill provides significant increases in the community development block grants, the home program, and NeighborWorks, all to help expand affordable housing and to spur community revitalization and to generate jobs and economic activity. I'm also pleased to support several of the President's new initiatives, including $150 million for a mobility-related services program for housing choice voucher families, $50 million for a new homeowner down payment assistance program, and $150 million to improve energy and water efficiency and resiliency in public housing. Our bill also does right by transportation. All modes receive robust funding, including highways, transit, rail, aviation, bike and pedestrian projects, and ports. The heavily oversubscribed RAISE program, formerly known as BUILD or TIGER, that program receives a 20% boost to $1.2 billion. Amtrak is increased by $700 million, and the popular CRISI program for passenger and freight rail improvements is increased by $125 million. We also fund the new proposed PRIME program to modernize and expand passenger rail at $625 million, and we include the necessary resources to ensure that all projects in the Federal Transit Administration's Capital Investment Grants Program, that would be the new starts and the small starts, that all of them are funded to move forward on schedule. We continue to emphasize safety at the FAA by providing targeted funding to strengthen certification activities for aircraft, to bolster enforcement, to hire highly intelligent, highly skilled personnel. Safety has to remain our top priority. And finally, we know that certain communities face permanent barriers that prevent access to opportunity. So the bill includes $100 million for a new Thriving Communities initiative, ensuring that regional planning efforts focus on promoting equity and environmental justice and resilience in infrastructure. The pandemic has brought to light our continued need for efficient and equitable transportation networks and expanded access to safe and affordable housing to ensure that no one is left behind as we rebuild our economy. So I'm proud of what our subcommittee and its members have contributed to transportation and housing infrastructure, actually for a number of years now. The fiscal 22 THUD bill is certainly in that tradition, and it bears witness to our conviction that housing is infrastructure. And it bears witness to our determination to address our nation's infrastructure crisis, particularly as we contemplate the transition to a pandemic-free economy. I also look forward to Congress passing the American Jobs Plan, a comprehensive package addressing the broad concept of infrastructure to provide our nation with the multi-year funding infusion that it needs to build back better. In fact, our bill, our appropriations bill, can well be seen as a down payment on that broader initiative. It's more important this year than ever, Madam Chair, to recognize the excellent work of our staff. Our new majority clerk, Christina Monroe, has done a terrific job. Her expertise, her patience, her persistence are remarkable, and they have been invaluable to me as chairman. And she certainly hit the ground running after being hired while we were still operating remotely. Christina also benefits from a great and seasoned team. Gladys Barcena, Winnie Chang, Joe Eckert, Sarah Puro, and Jenny Neuschaler. I'd also like once again to thank the members of our THUD team who have left the subcommittee, but whose work still has an imprint in this bill: Joe Carlisle, Angela Ohm. We're also lucky to have Doug Disroot as our minority clerk, along with his colleague, Alyssa Henman. I also want to thank Nora Blaylock of my personal staff, Chris Sweet from Mr. Diaz-Balart's personal office. We appreciate all your hard work. We especially appreciate it this year. And of course, the hard work is not just evident on this bill, it's also been evident on numerous COVID-19 relief packages and on the long-awaited reinstatement of community project funding. I want to add a final word about that community project funding. As a longtime defender of congressional earmarking as an essential exercise of the power of the purse, which has great potential to improve lives in the communities we serve, I've been delighted to see a new and more transparent and accountable process reinstated. I confess, however, to not fully anticipating the degree to which our THUD subcommittee would win the lottery when it comes to the number of project submissions. We received well over 1,000 requests, most of them well-designed to produce community benefit. Processing those requests has been a major undertaking for our subcommittee and personal staffs. And we've depended on the cooperation and the goodwill of the departments we oversee to help us verify the eligibility of projects. We have needed to work across the aisle, across party lines, to ensure equity in the treatment of members and strong standards of accountability, so that the list of projects funded is a matter of pride and confidence in this committee and in this House. So I can't thank profusely enough the staff members who have carried out this review. It has been an arduous process. They have worked on hundreds of proposals conscientiously and carefully and fairly, and have done so, I must say, with a sense of mission, a sense that a lot of good can be done through this process if we do it right. I also want to thank Mr. Diaz-Balart and his staff in a way that goes far beyond the usual acknowledgement of cooperation. We agreed early on the need to do a responsible job, to vet projects carefully, to avoid excess and the appearance of excess, to ensure fairness in the treatment of members, individually and across party lines. Mr. Diaz-Balart has made what could have been a fraught process instead a cooperative and productive one. And I believe our final list of some 970 projects reflects our joint desire to proceed responsibly and with integrity. With that, Madam Chair, we're ready for the markup, and I respectfully ask colleagues to support this bill.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman DeLauro, for presenting this bill today. And I also want to thank Ranking Member Granger for her leadership and her assistance. Chairman Price, once again, it really has been my pleasure to work with you on this very important bill. It's clear that you gave consideration to the thousands literally of requests submitted by members on both sides of the aisles, requests and ideas and issues. This is no small task, but it reflects the approach of this committee to allow members to bring their best ideas forward to improve the way that our government functions, actually. I also appreciate how you engaged with me, Mr. Chairman, and my staff on community project funding requests. The Chairman's transparency and communication, folks, is how this entire process should always work. There are so many positive aspects of this bill, and I want to mention some, just some. For example, I want to thank the Chairman for including $300 million for port infrastructure grants, which obviously is not just important for coastal states like Florida, but also to our nation's entire freight network. This is a program that the Chairman and I worked on jointly, and I'm pleased that, again, it has taken root. I am also pleased that the bill continues investments in our nation's highways, rail, transit, and also airport infrastructure. These programs will build on progress that we've made in recent years through this bill, creating jobs and really spurring innovation around the country. The Chairman has once again made Department of Transportation safety programs a priority. Our roads, railways, and skies are safer due to our shared priority for these programs, and I'm grateful for every single member of the subcommittee and of this full committee for that. The DOT safety workforce that has been on the front lines through the COVID pandemic, I think deserves our gratitude. So I'm pleased that this bill provides the resources that they need to continue this vital mission. Resources for air traffic control modernization, aviation certification programs, and airport infrastructure will continue to support the busiest and yet the safest air traffic control system on the entire planet. Those of us that have worked with Chairman Price know of his commitment to addressing homelessness and housing for the elderly and for the disabled, and that commitment is evident in this bill as well. This year again, maintaining current levels of, just for housing assistance programs, required about $2 billion in additional funding. Now that's, when I say this year again, that's just to keep up with inflation. That's before we start doing anything else. Again, had to find $2 billion to do that. Now, I mentioned some of the really positive parts of the bill. However, I am concerned about a number of issues as well. I'm concerned about the dramatic expansion of HUD's assistance programs in this bill. Well-intentioned, but I'm concerned because, in part, because these increases would need to be sustained. They have to be sustained in future years. I also have some concerns about the direction of some discretionary programs in this bill, where the administration may be encouraged to make grant decisions based on race or color. We've always worked together in this bill to expand opportunity, and I applaud the Chairman's effort to target resources to areas of persistent poverty. But I will tell you that, in my opinion, race-based decisions are not ethically or morally correct, and they don't withstand judicial scrutiny. So when we talk about equity, I want to make sure that we don't encourage this administration to head down a path of discrimination. I applaud many of the decisions made in this bill. But again, a $9 billion top-line increase, that's a 13% increase over last year, is just not something that I can support. Our national debt exceeds $28 trillion, and it's going to continue, it will continue to grow under the majority's approach to spending. This committee is its best. It is clearly at its best when we work together to make hard choices under budget caps set by a bipartisan agreement. The majority's unwillingness to move towards that bipartisan approach at this time threatens to put the good work of this committee at a standstill and really force us into, at best, a series of wasteful, counterproductive, short-term continuing resolutions and potentially even a long-term CR. So for those reasons, I cannot, at this time, vote for this bill again in its current form. Now, despite my concerns, I continue to be impressed with the Chairman's thoughtful, respectful approach to this bill. I am absolutely confident that we will be able to work through our differences and reach an agreement on this bill as we move through the process. The Chairman was very kind in his words towards me. Well, back at you, Mr. Chairman. Really, I need to thank Chairman Price for his commitment to a collaborative approach, but also to his transparency. He and I have become friends. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your effort. Thank you for your good work. Thank you for your trust and your friendship. And, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned by name the staff of this subcommittee. They are, frankly, amazing public servants. And, you know, Christina, who was new, I didn't know her before, and has proven to be, frankly, a superstar, as well as everyone else that you mentioned. You mentioned Doug and our staff. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chairwoman. Thank you. I look forward to the debate on this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize myself for opening remarks. I want to say a thank you as well to Chairman Price and Ranking Member Diaz-Balart for your work. I also want to thank the subcommittee, the full committee staff, and the personal office staffs for their hard work. The legislation before us builds the architecture for a safer, stronger, and a more prosperous future by delivering bold progress for American families. As this transformative bill reconstructs our crumbling infrastructure, it helps to create good-paying American jobs, protect small businesses, grow the middle class, and improve the lives of at-risk and unprotected Americans. This bill works to solve the American infrastructure crisis through provisions like the $106 billion in budgetary resources to modernize and improve our nation's transportation, including transit, airports, and passenger rail systems. As we repair outdated transportation and infrastructure, this bill cultivates a resilient and an inclusive economic future from the ground up. It is our moral imperative to give all families a better chance for a better life, but we can only achieve rising prosperity that benefits all of us so long as we also take action to address the housing crisis, which has put affordable living out of reach for far too many. This bill recognizes that housing is a basic necessity and that home ownership is a critical route to economic opportunity and independence. That's why it invests $44 billion in home ownership opportunities and rental assistance to support working families, and $21 billion to expand housing access, prevent evictions, and provide stable housing for people experiencing homelessness. I know personally how vital these investments are for families across America. When I was about 10 years old in New Haven, Connecticut, we came home on one Friday night to Pearl Street in New Haven, where we lived, and what we found was our furniture out on the street. We had been evicted, not because my parents weren't working or struggling every day, but because the financial pressures were too great. We went to live with my grandmother until we could get back on our feet. Many families in this country don't have a safe place to go when they lose their homes. They don't have a stable path to home ownership, and they don't have the safety nets that would have prevented an eviction in the first place. By building on prior housing investments made by this subcommittee, we provide the support that families need to achieve home ownership and give them the opportunity of future stability. And our support for affordable housing is meaningless if we do not also keep those homes safe. That is why I'm proud that this bill invests $590 million to mitigate life-threatening home health hazards like lead paint and radon. The capital maintenance not only creates safer public housing, but also good-paying jobs, uplifting our communities in more ways than one. Every child deserves to wake up in a safe home and travel to school on a sound road. Every parent deserves to be free of the worry that unreliable transportation will cost them their jobs. And it is the least that we can do to ensure that hardworking citizens of America have a reliable commute to a safe and affordable home after a long day's work. That is why I'm so proud of this bill. It does not settle for half measures or temporary fixes. It makes investments in our nation to build desperately needed transportation and housing infrastructure from the ground up and lays the foundation for a more equal and equitable future. Once again, my thanks to Chairman Price and Ranking Member Diaz-Balart and the staff for their work, and I urge support from my colleagues for this critical bill. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding. First, I want to thank Chairman Price, and Ranking Member Diaz-Balart for their work on this Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Bill. This bill supports key transportation infrastructure and safety programs, including highways, rail, and ports. The funding provided by airport infrastructure and air traffic control will be critical for the aviation industry as it recovers from the coronavirus pandemic. It's time for our investments in the FAA to provide real benefits to the traveling public. So I am pleased to see that this legislation includes programs that move air traffic modernization forward. Many of the housing programs in the bill provide a critical safety net to working families, the elderly, and the disabled. However, this bill includes more than $7 billion above last year for HUD, a 15% increase. This high level of spending puts these important bits real in jeopardy. At a time when our nation's spending is an all-time high, we must find ways to rein in spending while addressing our nation's most pressing needs. It is our duty to protect future generations from out-of-control spending and higher taxes that will only destroy the jobs we should be trying to create. We are just over 2 months away from the beginning of fiscal year 2022 and still have not reached a bipartisan agreement on top-line discretionary spending. The programs in this bill that expand housing opportunities and rebuild our roads, bridges, and airports are too important to be delayed by politics. The best way to advance housing and transportation opportunities for our communities is to work together now. I hope we can come to a sensible bipartisan budget agreement so that we can move this and the other appropriations bills forward. In closing, I'd like to thank all of the subcommittee members and staff for their hard work on this bill, specifically our minority clerk, Doug Disrud, and the majority clerk, Christina Monroe. Thank you, Chairman and Mayor, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Mr. Pocan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Chairman Price and our ranking member on this bill. There are many strong initiatives to invest in our infrastructure.
Take me next, and they didn't, and then they'll go to Republican.
And
so who knows how long.
affordable housing and investing in our communities. But I specifically want to thank the chairman for a number of things that are going to be very much impact my district, including investments in Boys and Girls Clubs, in our Center for Black Excellence in Culture, for Centro Hispano of Dane County, for our homeless shelter, our new homeless shelter in Madison, and for a $5 million fund for university and nonprofit assistance to local communities with planning needs. I really appreciate all those efforts, and just wanted to make sure I acknowledge those really strong things that are going to impact my district. Yield back.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me thank Chairman Price, of course, Chairwoman DeLaura, Ranking Member Diaz-Balart, and Ranking Member Granger for what I believe is a very, very, very good work product. This bill will help promote housing stability for Americans across our country by providing increased funding for rental assistance, expanding housing vouchers, and prioritizing safety in public housing. It makes needed investments in our nation's infrastructure. It also makes significant investment into passenger and freight rail, which can support efforts in Georgia to build much-needed high-speed rail lines between our metropolitan cities. And across Middle and Southwest Georgia, the bill will help to revitalize institutions that are vital to our vibrant communities. I'd like to highlight and especially thank the chair for the investments in $500,000 for the Urban League of Columbus, Georgia, to perform extensive exterior and interior renovations so that they can better engage and serve the community. In Bainbridge, the bill will provide $1 million for water and wastewater infrastructure as part of a new industrial park, which will bring hundreds of jobs to the area. It also supports a trio of projects in Albany that will enrich the lives of its residents, $2.2 million to renovate the historic Ritz Theater and Cultural Center, $3 million to rehabilitate the Driscoll Park. And while food security is always a challenge, COVID has created an additional strain for many of our communities and many of our farmers. That's why I'm proud to have included in this bill $2 million for the creation of a community food hub, which will, of course, help to fight hunger and provide nutritious food, but it also creates a marketplace, value added for our small and disadvantaged farmers. Together, these projects will beautify and bring people together and promote public health and commerce. For these reasons, I strongly support the bill. I urge my colleagues favorably report the bill out of committee, and I yield back.
Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum? Chair recognizes Ms. McCollum.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Chairman Price, the ranking member, and the staff for all their hard work on this bill. As been pointed out, this year's been filled with significant challenges: a tight timeline, COVID, and then reinstating the congressional role in supporting community projects. And so just thank you for all the work everybody's done. The chair has worked with members to advance worthy investments in our communities throughout the nation. Thank you. The Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Bill funds programs that are critical to rebuilding our nation, crumbling infrastructure, our airports, highways, transit, ports, and it creates tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. And I'm very proud of the work that it does to support those who are vulnerable in our communities, especially those experiencing homelessness. I would just like to talk about inequities that this bill tries to address in our nation's transportation and housing systems. Mr. Price, I was pleased to work with you and the ranking member and the staff to incorporate language to specifically address the way racism has shaped the construction of our nation's interstate highway system. It was seen firsthand in the community that I live in, the community that I represent, St. Paul, Brondo's neighbor community, a thriving African-American community that was interrupted, ripped in half by Interstate 94. Today, we can begin healing those wounds through federal action to address and right a wrong. These investments made through this bill are key components of a democratic plan to build back better in our communities and to build back with justice. I strongly support President Biden's commitment to ensuring that we support American manufacturing and American-made products and good-paying union jobs as we undertake rebuilding our nation. I look forward to continuing to work with the chair to incorporate those ideas in the bill as we move forward. Thank you again to the chair and the ranking member, for their staff, for all their hard work on this bill. I urge members to support this legislation. I yield back, and I thank the chair and the staff for working with me to give me an opportunity to speak.
Mr. Quigley.
Look, I know folks are in a hurry and want to go home. This was a really tough bill, and you and your staff did a great job. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member and all that they do. So thank you so much. We look forward to working with you as we move this bill forward. Thanks again.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to express my gratitude to Chairman Price, Ranking Member Diaz-Bayard. I'm so sorry about that. My subcommittee members and the subcommittee staff for their tireless work on this FY22 THUD bill. The investments in our roads, bridges, transit, and housing contained in this bill are critical to the economic success of our country. I am so pleased to see robust funding for our public transit systems, including a $1.3 billion down payment on the capital needs of the Northeast Corridor. In addition, this bill provides $205 million for the construction of new affordable housing for the elderly. The creation of this housing is exactly the kind of investment we need to be making in the American people, and I am truly grateful for its inclusion. I thank the committee for the inclusion of my key priorities, and I am so proud that this bill funds a massive expansion of housing choice vouchers, which will enable more than 125,000 low-income individuals and families stable, affordable housing. The median wait for a housing voucher in the United States is 1.5 years, and that can be as long as 7 years. And it is only for the waiting lists that are open to new applicants. In more than half of our country, you cannot even get on a waiting list. The addition of these new vouchers will literally change lives. I am so grateful for the work of everyone for their inclusion in this bill. Thank you again for this critical bill to our recovery and for the investment in our future. I yield.
Ms. Watson-Coleman. Yeah, got him. Bustos.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. I want to thank Chairman Price and Ranking Member Diaz-Balart, and I want to be very brief because I know we do want to finish up our work here. This is a very important bill, and I want to thank all the staff and all the hard work that's been done. Mr. Price has said from the very beginning that we will use our resources and our opportunity to redress past discrimination, to deliver services to underserved communities, to provide housing where necessary, and to ensure that that housing is accessible, affordable, and adequate. When it comes to transportation, he promised that we would also serve underserved communities and ensure that they were not cut off because of the prior intentionally discriminatory decisions that the federal government had made with regard to its highway program. Clearly, this bill is a reflection of his commitment to move in that direction. I am proud to be a part of it. I am proud to support him. I am proud to support this bill, and I am proud to be a part of this subcommittee. And I thank you also for the important projects that will elevate some of the greatest needs in my district, including funds for a youth center in one of my townships and expanding a library, as well as some other issues. Thank you very much for this very good bill, moving in the right direction with dignity and respect and understanding of our historic discrimination against brown and black communities in this country and moving forward. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Chairman Price. I commend you for putting together an excellent bill. I'll also be brief because this bill helps rebuild our outdated infrastructure and provides housing assistance for so many who are struggling during the coronavirus pandemic. I want to especially thank the chairman for the inclusion of community project funding for a social and civic center at C.W. Thomas Park in Dania Beach, Florida, that will help low-income families and disadvantaged children. And I'm also grateful for the inclusion of $300 million for the Port Infrastructure Development Program, which improves port facilities and the transportation networks around our ports. Ports have been hit particularly hard by the pandemic and its adverse impacts on the travel and cruise industry, and I have worked to help Port Everglades in my district as much as I can. I also thank the chair for including $10 million for implementing a bridge technologies clearinghouse, which will work with university transportation centers like the one at Florida International University to advance innovations in bridge materials and technologies. The THUD report also includes funding and language to encourage FAA to engage with communities affected by noise and provide more information to the public. The FAA is in the process of reviewing its own policy on aircraft noise annoyance, a problem that is significantly affecting communities around my district as the FAA implements its South Florida Metroplex project. And finally, I'm encouraged that this bill increases funding for housing programs like housing opportunities for people with AIDS and HUD public housing. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate all your hard work as well as the work of the ranking member, Ms. Diaz-Balart, and I yield back.
Ms. Bustos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank Ranking Member Granger, Chairman Price, and Ranking Member Diaz-Balart, and also the staff for all of your hard work. I'm grateful to each and every one of you. Namely, I'd like to thank you for the inclusion of very important priorities in this bill. If I can name just a few of them, priorities like Youth Equity Center at the Rock River Valley YMCA, a new automation annex at Morrison Tech, the construction of a new community center at the East Dubuque Public Library. These mean a lot. We've got rural development that oftentimes involves things like doing away with the old to make room for the new, and you've helped us on this as well. So in the bill, we've got included the demolition of the former Harrison School. It's in Peoria, Illinois, in one of the oldest neighborhoods there. The idea is that this will be demolished to make room for new. And then lastly, I'd like to highlight that in the bill, we create a new $25 million grant program to restore abandoned and distressed homes and properties, bringing renewal and revitalization to neighborhoods all over this country. This is what progress looks like. And I want to say, again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the rest of you and the staff for all of your hard work. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Chairman Price for his work on this very good transportation HUD appropriations bill. And in particular, I want to thank the THUD staff for working with me to include so many of my priorities, including all of my project requests. I am particularly glad to see an increase in the Capital Investment Grants Program, which will fund the extension of the much-needed second phase of the 2nd Avenue subway in a transit desert in the community of East Harlem. And I appreciate the inclusion of language that ensures the Federal Transit Administration resumes the practice of recommending projects for full funding grant agreements. I'm also glad to see the language in the bill that will ensure transportation infrastructure funds through the old Tiger program, that they're clawed back as a result of delays caused by the pandemic. New York City stood to lose $10 million in unspent funds, and this language will ensure we can continue to invest in our infrastructure. While I'm very glad about the investment made in transportation, some of the best components of this bill are the strong investments it makes in affordable and public housing. More than $800 million increase to upgrade our deteriorating public housing stock. Funding for an additional 125,000 Section 8 housing choice vouchers. 2,200 additional affordable housing units for low-income seniors, and 1,800 units for individuals with disabilities. I'm grateful also that the subcommittee staff and chairman worked with me and my colleague, Congressman Richie Torres, to include a provision that will allow public housing agencies to use reserve funds for additional vouchers. The demand for rental assistance has skyrocketed as a result of the pandemic, and I strongly believe we should allow the agencies to put reserve funds to help people. This provision would allow New York City alone to provide an additional 1,500 vouchers. Finally, I will be remiss if I didn't mention the strong equity language included through the bill and report, especially language about exploring ways to reconnect communities by capping highways that were built to divide communities with races and classes intent decades ago. One of them is the Cross Bronx Expressway, Madam Chair, built and defining the South Bronx and the North Bronx. And so these ideas seek to bring some kind of relief for those communities that have been split for so many decades. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments on the bill? Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like Price to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and ask that its reading be dispensed with.
Price is recognized.
Madam Chair, I ask colleagues to approve this bipartisan amendment. It contains technical corrections to the bill, some non-controversial bill and report language, and addresses a few community project funding eligibility issues on both sides of the aisle. We've worked out this amendment in a bipartisan way with Mr. Diaz-Balart, and it does accommodate requests from many individual members on both sides of the aisle. So I ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Ranking Member Diaz-Balart is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to thank the chairman for his willingness to work very closely. We worked hand in hand. And again, it's a good amendment. We were able to deal with some issues that we had just to get some clarification on. So again, I encourage the support of the manager's amendment.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? I recognize Mr. Price for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask colleagues for support.
Question is on the manager's amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Womack, for what purpose does the gentleman arise? Rise. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank the Chairman, Chairman Price, my fellow member, Mario Diaz-Balart, and their staff for all the hard work, including the It addresses the one-size-fits-all FMCSA ELD rule by recognizing the unique circumstances drivers operate when transporting live animals. Drivers with a load of livestock in their trailer can't just pull off at a rest stop if they run out of drive time like their counterparts who are hauling things like toasters and paper cups. They need the ability to complete their trips and deliver their live cargo safely. On that note, livestock haulers have a demonstrated safety record using this exemption. This safety record has been emphasized during the COVID-19 pandemic as the FMCSA has continuously provided livestock haulers an hours of service emergency declaration. This common sense exemption underpins our protein supply chain and has proven its necessity over the past 4 years. I strongly encourage you to maintain the current law, and I ask for support of my amendment. I think everybody in this room ought to be speaking on behalf of this amendment, those of us that enjoy protein. But if you choose to speak against it, please don't do it with a mouthful of the sliders that you got downstairs. With that, I'm going to yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Mr. Womack for his comments. I do want to oppose this amendment, though, partly because I have had a long-standing position, and I don't think I'm the only one, that there shouldn't really be trucking riders in this appropriations bill. Trucking riders of any sort. This is an authorizing issue. And I continue to feel that we really shouldn't be dealing with these matters on our bill. Especially in a year when the surface transportation 5-year authorization is up for renewal. This exact amendment was withdrawn on the floor just a few weeks ago during the consideration of the Invest in America Act. I also oppose this amendment on the merits. I believe it would reduce safety on our roadways at a time when injuries and fatalities are skyrocketing. People involved in large truck crashes, a 5% increase over last year. The National Transportation Safety Board has repeatedly recommended that all trucks and buses be equipped with the electronic logging devices. ELDs help reduce driver fatigue. They protect drivers from being asked to work outside of the hours of service rules and from allowing certain industries to skirt the hours of service rules. Jeopardize the safety of truck drivers. It helps avoid that being in jeopardy, and the animals they carry, for that matter, and the traveling public. In 2012, in MAP 21, Congress passed a requirement that all commercial motor vehicles electronically record a driver's on-duty and off-duty time in order to ensure that drivers comply with hours of service requirements, including haulers of livestock. This rule has been final since 2015. It is supported, I note, by the American Trucking Association. The cost of an ELD isn't high, about $400, or the cost of 1 tank of gas for a tractor trailer. To the extent there is a special situation with regard to the haulers of livestock, that has been accommodated since 2017. This committee has given the haulers of livestock and certain agricultural products additional time to comply with this mandate, but I think time's up. Now is the time for them to meet these important safety standards, just like everybody else does, and to comply with hours of service requirements to maintain the safety and well-being of the motoring public and the drivers and the animals they're transporting. So increasing working and driving hours and extending already grueling schedules for truck drivers isn't a solution to the underlying problems with logistics management, and it certainly could exacerbate problems with the safety of the traveling public. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I stand in strong support of the amendment. As Mr. Womack mentioned, this is something that has been in the appropriations bill now for a number of years. See, Congress, in a bipartisan way, has recognized the importance of doing this. And I think this is one of those areas where Congress, and this committee actually, kind of understands that real life sometimes has to be taken into account for. When you look at what this does, and it's a specific limited number of individuals that deal with livestock, and as Mr. Womack said, because you can't just sit there and let it hang out hour upon hour. And I understand that, you know, the rules say, well, no, every trucker has got to be treated the same. This is an instance where this committee, in a bipartisan way, has said, wait a second, wait, how does this apply in real life? In real life, is there a difference? Yes. In real life, is this exemption needed? Absolutely. That is why it has been in this bill. That's why not only has this committee supported it, subcommittee, then the full committee, but the entire Congress has supported it. So again, just for the sake of just like kind of like logic and real life taking over what sometimes government would like to do, I strongly urge the adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Cuellar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, with all due respect to the chairman, he's done a wonderful job. Just I also want to associate myself with Mr. Womack with his words. Again, we can't use the cookie cutter approach for urban areas or for the long hauls, and certainly the ag areas are very, very different. As it's been said by Mario Diaz-Balart, this has been accepted by House members, Senate members. When we vote on the final appropriation bill, it's been here for several years. So again, for the purposes of time, associate myself with Mr. Womack's words and certainly support this amendment.
Mr. Valadao.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The transportation of live animals present unique welfare challenges to the commercial trucking industry. Livestock haulers have a responsibility to ensure their own safety, the safety of other drivers on the road, and the safety of the animals they transport. Electronic logging requirements removes the flexibility haulers need to maintain the welfare of these animals. Rigid hours of service regulations put livestock at risk of injury, stress, and illness. Using an electronic logging device ties livestock haulers to strict hours of service rules that extend the overall length of their journey and keep animals in transit longer than necessary. The majority of the trips made by these haulers will require animals to either be left standing on the truck for up to 10 hours during required breaks or be repeatedly unloaded and reloaded at the risk of both the haulers and the animal safeties. Livestock haulers are currently exempt from the requirements to use electronic logging devices, and I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense amendment to continue the extension of the electronic logging device exemption for livestock haulers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak strongly in support of this amendment today and thank Mr. Womack for his leadership on this very important issue for our livestock haulers and our producers all throughout the country. The focus here definitely is safety in what we're talking about. It's a top priority for everyone, but safety for motorists and safety for animals are not mutually exclusive. I appreciate Congressman Cuellar's comments about cookie cutter solutions, that they don't necessarily apply here, and I think that's absolutely true. Our nation's livestock haulers face unique challenges because they are moving that live perishable product. This one-size-fits-all solution to logging hours for every type of hauler out there on the road just discounts the unique aspects that our ag community faces, and it's specific to, again, those moving live animals. So again, this mandate would overlook the needs of rural America, and I think we have a really good opportunity today to stand behind those producers, given the rural nature of many of our farming and ranching operations. Haulers are often traveling long distances to deliver livestock from farms and ranches to those processing facilities and feed yards. And the unique circumstances warrant the flexibility when it comes to our laws and our regulations to ensure a safe environment, not only for those who travel our roads, but also for the live animals being transported. They need that flexibility so that they can do their jobs safely.
The farmers and the ranchers who are putting their blood and sweat and tears into raising the hogs and cattle deserve for their animals to arrive in the best health possible, just like they were raised with care on our farms and ranches. They do need to be moved, livestock, as efficiently, as safely as possible while maintaining the highest level of animal welfare as well. Leaving livestock on a trailer for hours on end in the heat of the day is simply not feasible in the live haul industry. When the 11 hours of drive time are up and a driver's only 30 minutes from the end of their destination, they need to be able to safely finish that trip, and electronic logging devices, ELDs, just don't allow for that flexibility as they stand. Again, livestock cannot sit on a trailer while a driver is taking their mandatory rest. So the lack of flexibility in the ELD mandate neglects the livestock hauling community's needs. That's why this continued delay is so important in this amendment. If we can do this, the appropriate regulatory bodies, the industry experts can work together, again, hopefully going forward to help with these hours of operation requirements. FMSCA does have numbers that prove our livestock haulers continue to operate safety. They have a strong safety record while continuing to use the paper log system. So the continued use of those paper logs for our livestock haulers has not lessened their exceptional safety record when it comes to transporting livestock in our food supply over the last couple of years. So I would urge everyone to vote for this amendment for the sake of our farmers, the livestock that they're raising and caring for every day, and for our livestock haulers out there on the road. So this flexibility, again, will help. Let's continue to work on it between Congress and FMCSA, and I think we can do some really good work by supporting this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other member wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close on his
Thank you,
amendment.
Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the comments that have been in support of this amendment. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the name of a gentleman from my district, a guy named Ray Baker. Ray was a trucker. He was a live hauler. Been doing it a long, long time. And a few years ago, Ray came to me with this issue and asked me to champion the process, and we were glad to do so. It's a big deal to a lot of people that haul live animals in my district, and I'm sure in the districts that are represented by the people who spoke here today. We lost Ray Baker this past year, but I just want to acknowledge his input into this process, and we've been very successful over the last few years in getting this common sense amendment into current law. So I just think it's very important. We've had a lot of disruptions in our supply chain for a lot of reasons over the last 18 months or so. I think this would create another problem for the supply chain if we were not able to accurately and successfully get this amendment. So that's it, Madam Chair. That's, as Forrest Gump said, that's all I have to say about that. And I move the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Klein.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk and ask it to be considered as read.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would incorporate an accountability measure into the bill to address the concerning levels of spending containing in the legislation nearly a $9 billion increase overall, and specifically it would affect the proposed increase of FY22 funding with HUD grants for homelessness assistance. The intent is to highlight the way that we combat homelessness in this country and the money we spend to combat it. Critical funds that go to an important purpose, but as with all federal dollars, we must make sure we're being proper stewards of taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. This bill increases spending by $420 million over the last fiscal year, but it comes on the heels of a GAO study called Better HUD Oversight of Data Collection Could Improve Estimates of Homeless Population. And it recommended that HUD do three things. One, conduct quality checks on data collection methodologies, improve its instruction for using probability sampling techniques to estimate homelessness, and assess and enhance the assistance it provides on data collection, and HUD concurred with the recommendations. So, to raise the point, is HUD complying with the recommendations of this GAO report? The PIT count is what it's called, measures the population in time of homeless in our country, but it's conducted on a single night in January by continuums of care, which are local homelessness planning bodies that apply for grants from HUD and coordinate homelessness services. PIT counts have large year-over-year fluctuations, which raise questions about data accuracy. And the GAO confirmed that there are questions and issues with the accuracy of the data. GAO found that HUD doesn't closely examine the methodologies used for collecting data to ensure they meet HUD standards. And since HUD is likely undercounting, let me repeat that, undercounting the homeless due to the flaws of the PIT count, this may benefit efforts to address homelessness long-term, since there would be more accurate data for policymakers to assess. The 2021 PIT count was canceled or delayed in many communities due to the pandemic. And the 2019 PIT count estimated that nearly 568,000 people were homeless, a decline from the 2012 count, but a slight increase of the low in 2016 of 550,000. So I think it behooves us all to make sure that we're operating with accurate data. The HUD department has agreed that these 3 goals are necessary to achieve in reforming the PIT count, and I think that we should ask them for answers before we consider taking more of our taxpayers' hard-earned dollars and allocating it toward a flawed methodology. With that, I yield back.
Price.
I'm sure I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would impose an arbitrary restriction on vital funding that will help get people off the street and into stable housing. The gentleman's amendment would require HUD to address and implement 3 recommendations made by GAO before investing the full $3.42 billion included in the bill for solutions that reduce homelessness for youth, families, survivors of domestic violence, and veterans. He dwelt at some length on the GAO recommendations. That, for me, is not the point. Nothing wrong with those GAO recommendations, and in fact, the department is moving toward dealing with those. But why would you intermingle these 2 issues, particularly at a time when you have more than 550,000 people experiencing homelessness, and while we're still in a pandemic, you're going to impose a bureaucratic delay on assistance to more than 360 state and local governments and an additional 390 continuum of care givers, grantees, people that run shelters, provide emergency housing transfers, help connect people experiencing homelessness to services. You're going to delay that and stand in the way of it. It makes no sense at all. We shouldn't be penalizing or creating additional barriers for our frontline responders during a homelessness crisis, during a pandemic. Instead, we should be working to facilitate their work, working to ensure they're equipped with the resources they need to reduce homelessness in every one of our districts. So I strongly urge colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Let me first thank the gentleman, Mr. Klein, for bringing this issue up. It's clear that we must work, that HUD must work to improve its data collection. I mean, it's clear that we must do that, that they have to do that, and we have to push them to do that. So, again, I think it's essential that we make sure that they implement the GAO's recommendations, is what the gentleman is bringing up to us today. So again, I want to thank Mr. Klein for raising this really, really important issue. This committee has done, I think, really important work to deal with homelessness. An example, in Miami-Dade County, we've in essence nearly eliminated veterans' homelessness because of the work of this committee. But there's a lot more work that needs to be done, and we should insist that HUD run the most effective program possible. I understand that there may be some current concern as to whether this is the right way to go about it. And that's something that I think we need to continue to talk about. But in my mind, there is absolutely no doubt that the issue that the gentleman is bringing up, the gentleman has brought up today, is essential. So I hope that we can all work together to push HUD, to work with HUD, to make sure that Mr. Klein's concern that he has brought up, I think so eloquently today, is dealt with and is dealt with effectively, efficiently. And so again, Mr. Klein, I thank you for bringing this up. I think it's an issue that we need to continue to work on, and I look forward to working with you and hopefully everybody in this committee on what I believe is a very important issue, and I'm grateful that you've brought that up. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further
Madam Chair?
Who is it? Judge? Ms. Clark, sorry. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in opposition to the Klein amendment. The GAO report in question suggests the issue with HUD's current process is that it undercounts the homeless population, and that implementing these recommendations will likely show that homelessness is even worse than our current model shows. This is particularly concerning because the current count has shown an increase in homelessness in each of the last 3 years, and we stand on the brink of a crisis as COVID-related eviction moratoriums expire across the country. So while I appreciate the gentleman's intent to push HUD to implement the GAO's recommendations, I don't see how the solution to underestimating the size of a homeless problem is to reduce the funding to address that exact problem. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there anyone else who wants to be heard on this amendment? If not, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the chair, and I thank the chair of the subcommittee and the ranking member as well for their comments. I agree with the gentlelady from Massachusetts. We want to ensure an accurate count so we can ensure that the funding goes to those who need it the most. And to just clarify for the chairman, this only affects the increase in the funding. It does nothing to affect the current levels of funding that are directed to the programs. But in light of the comments from the chair and the ranking member, I will withdraw my amendment in the hopes that we can work together to encourage the department to implement the GAO's recommendations as swiftly as possible. I yield back.
That the amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments? Ms. Hinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, Hinson Amendment Number 1, and I ask the reading be dispensed with.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this amendment would strike a provision that undermines the integrity of the Federal Transit Administration. The FTA's low or no emission competitive grant program is intended to help our state and local authorities access much needed transit buses while also encouraging an environmentally friendly option. I was initially glad to see this program funded at $240 million, but then I saw the provision that read, grants authorized under this paragraph shall only be available for zero-emission buses. So in one fell swoop, that one sentence, I removed all of the funding that's available for low-emission transit bus grants and instead reallocated it all to electric vehicles only. Low and zero-emission vehicle grant program. Low emission is literally half of the name of the program, and so this provision, again, entirely removes half of the program's eligibility. Under its original intention, the program would increase state and local government access to buses that are fueled by biofuels, natural gas, hydrogen, and advanced diesel, electricity, many more emerging fuel options that are out there that are low emissions. But unfortunately, this change in the bill removes every single one of those options except for zero emission. I want to share something about my district in Iowa. Would welcome all of you to come and see what we're facing in Iowa, but let me just share a couple of details about our bus fleets in Iowa. We do have some of the oldest bus fleets in the nation, so we do look to grant programs to update our bus transit and then the corresponding infrastructure as well. It's crucial to Iowans. So for obvious reasons, because of geography, transportation in rural Iowa, the options are very limited. Many of my colleagues know this, and they have rural areas as well. So at the same time, when those transit options are critical for constituents to get to work and travel, when you look at that, we just shouldn't be undercutting the options that are available. One thing you won't see throughout much of rural Iowa and rural America are electric bus charging stations. So I understand this money could be used for facilities to support electric buses, but when you're looking at making this transition useful for my constituents, my district would probably need the entire $240 million to make it really feasible. And obviously this is a nationwide program, so that's not going to work. The type of environmentally friendly infrastructure that we do have in Iowa, and I've mentioned this before, but biofuels are ready to go. If low emission fuel options are included in the program, as the name indicates, Iowans would be happy to apply for these grants to make long-awaited improvements to our bus fleets while still choosing a very sustainable option. I'd like to thank my friend, Sheriff Rutherford, for his hard work and leadership on this effort as well. I know this has been a priority for you for several years. Thanks to your leadership, the bill last year included the provisions to the FDA to implement the grant program in a manner to encourage all fuel types to reduce the agency's overall emissions, which is, I believe, all of our goal in this committee. So it's disappointing to see that the bill, as it's written right now, will do the exact opposite. And instead of encouraging all these other fuel types that we have available to us right now that can help us to reduce emissions and reduce our carbon footprint, it'll instead lead to just narrowing this grant exclusivity so much that a whole provision of rural America is just shut out from it. So I think we have some work to do here, but I hope we can reach a bipartisan consensus to improve this language. But again, we need to keep low emission as well as zero emission in this program, and I would encourage support for my amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Price.
Madam Chair, I rise to oppose the amendment, but first I think I need to clarify the situation. I assure my colleague that low emission buses are not being totally excluded from funding. In fact, the formula program still includes low and no emission buses. The desire to move to no emission buses, electric vehicles, applies to the supplementary part of the bill, the discretionary grant part of the bill, and I think that move is well advised. But we're not totally removing incentives to have low emission vehicles. The idea of the bill here is, though, to move aggressively toward reducing greenhouse gases and toward establishing resiliency. The EPA tells us that the transportation industry contributes more than 25% of the greenhouse gases in the United States. So if you have a zero emission bus, what you're doing is eliminating something like 40 toxic air contaminants that are emitted by diesel and natural gas and even hybrid buses. And these particulates can cause cancer and, of course, worsen diseases such as asthma. They contribute in a major way to air pollution. Investing in zero-emission buses also benefits communities that have traditionally been exposed to more than their fair share of pollution and have the health effects to prove it. Investing in zero-emission buses will reduce our reliance on foreign oil, increase job opportunities here at home for our electrical and utility workers, and so on. There are many virtues to this, many reasons to move in this direction. And I think this amendment would undermine the goals of the bill. So I ask for its rejection.
Madam Chair, would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
So I think my main concern then I understand what you're saying, but I think my main concern is by striking that language of low entirely, that is where my concern is that it really narrows the focus so much and limits this pot of money. Can you explain what the intention was in striking that language entirely?
Yes, it applies only to this pot of money, though, the additional funding, the discretionary funding. And the intention was to move, indeed, with those grants, to move toward zero-emission vehicles and to incentivize the production and purchase of those. My only point was that it was an incorrect statement to say that we were totally removing from the bill any funding or any incentives for low-emission as well as no-emission buses, because that is not the case. Both types of vehicles remain eligible in the formula program.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I think this has been a very important discussion. So, but I have to tell you that I was really impressed by what the sponsor of this amendment said. So, in a place like Miami-Dade County, probably not an issue. And none of us want these buses spewing out, throwing out all sorts of fumes and gas, et cetera. But if you have certain places, particularly rural areas, where this is probably not just feasible, it almost seems that while well-intentioned, this might have just the opposite effect. That, for example, in rural areas, if they can't do this right now, because as our colleague Ms. Hinson just said, it's just cost prohibitive, and then they're probably going to end up being stuck with these old diesel buses. And so while I think the language in the bill is really well intentioned, I don't think there's any disagreement with that. I think she makes a very valid point where we might actually, trying to do good, may be doing more harm than good. And so again, I thank the gentleman for bringing this up. This is an issue that I look forward to sitting down with the chairman and working through it and making sure that, again, well-intentioned, but that we're not kind of just, missing the bus, so to speak, because we're not seeing the reality, in particular, in some potential reality in some rural areas. So I thank the gentleman for bringing this up. I think we definitely, I want to work with you because I think you're bringing up a very specific issue that to me makes a lot of sense, and I don't think we're really I don't think the chairman's in disagreement with the fact that we want to clean up the buses, but what we don't want to do is take steps that make it more difficult for large parts of our country to not be able to go to cleaner buses. So anyways, thank you for bringing this up. I think this is a great issue, and I look forward to working with the chairman and the committee on this issue, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to oppose this amendment. My district has directly benefited from the Zero Emissions Bus Grant Program. And just 10 years ago, some of what was described as not having the infrastructure earlier was the same problem that we had. We had no infrastructure. No one has the infrastructure until they begin to move in that direction. So, this amendment would take us back to failing to plan for the future. I'm proud to announce that over $85 million for a new 19-mile zero-emission bus line in my district was funded earlier this year, connecting people in my community with job, educational opportunities, healthcare providers, families, and friends. The whole point of funding zero-emission buses is to actually make progress against climate change and acknowledge the environmental injustice of communities like mine, continuing to bear the burden of poor air quality. There is no credible reason for striking this language, just as there is no credible argument for claiming that climate change isn't real. 2 weeks ago, thermometers across the Pacific Northwest topped out at 118 degrees. Power cables melted, roads buckled, shellfish cooked right in their shells, and nearly 800 people died across the region. In my home state of California, we're bracing for yet another record-breaking fire season, on top of the severe drought and on top of major flooding. You've heard that right. Those are extreme weather conditions that we are experiencing. 2020 was the worst year on record, but so far, twice as many acres have burned and hundreds more fires have blazed in the first 6 months of 2021 than during the same period last year. Americans are suffering in a warming planet, and yet this amendment replaces investments in clean public transportation with dirtier options. Anyone who thinks this is a good idea should come and take a deep breath in my home community. Regional winds bring smog and air pollutants from other areas into the Inland Empire, where that dirty air just sits and hangs over our homes, our business, and our schools. The result is higher rates of asthma, higher rates of heart disease, higher rates of higher medical bills, and lower life expectancy. For communities like mine, striking a requirement to fund zero-emission buses doesn't just take a vital investment into clean transportation away, it guarantees that all of those adverse health impacts will remain. That is utterly unacceptable, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do what is right, vote down this misguided amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Rutherford. The mic on? Mr. Rutherford, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of the amendment. This amendment simply is going to return back to the original language in the low-no grant program that's in federal law today. And this program began in 2016 to help local transit agencies improve fleet emissions by updating their older gas and diesel buses with low and no emission alternative fuels. Now, and I understand if California only wants to go after no emission buses and electric vehicles, they can apply for those grants. But what this bill today does, Madam Chair, is, and it's right there on page 78, line 17, and I'll quote, well, I'll read it out of the book, that the minimum grant awarded shall not be less than $750,000, provided further that grants authorized under this paragraph shall only be available for zero-emission buses and facilities to support those buses. But then, Madam Chair, it even goes further. It says that an additional $5 million under number 3 shall be provided under Section 5314 of such title for 2 centers to provide technical assistance and coordination for the bus industry transition to zero-emission buses. Then it adds another $5 million under number 4, that the competitive grants will go to recipients under Section 5307 and 5311 of such title for the planning of public transportation associated with the transmission to zero-emission buses. And for those communities, Madam Chair, that want to make that transition to zero-emission buses only, that's fine. But to exclude the rest of the country who think that these alternative fuels will be the best way for them to immediately cut their emissions, I think is short-sighted. This is nothing more than Congress picking winners and losers and forcing transit agencies, excuse me, to transition to electric fleets over other proven alternative fuel sources, as was mentioned earlier, like CNG, LNG, LPG, and others. telling our local transit agencies that they may only receive assistance for electric buses flies in the face of the intention of the Low-No program. And it actually hurts the cause of trying to transition to cleaner fuels and lowering our carbon footprints. Electric may be politically popular these days, but other alternative fuels may be a better fit for our constituent agencies. Not to mention, they may actually be better for the environment when you take a step back and look at the full picture. Electric vehicles have been branded as carbon-free. Everybody's heard this. We're even talking about zero-emission buses. But, Madam Chair, that is a fraud that's being perpetrated upon the American public. The majority of these buses, unless they are going to be, the electric is going to come from hydroelectric or solar cells. You know where most of that electric is coming from? A power plant that is burning fossil fuel. So the emission may not be coming out the tailpipe of the bus, but it is certainly going into the air through the power plant. Not to mention that these batteries that are used to power these cars and buses use toxic metals and chemicals sourced and manufactured predominantly in overseas nations that are not our friends, by the way, China particularly, with governments that care much less about the environment and by workers who work under conditions that we can't even fathom in America. As my colleagues here consider this amendment, it's my hope that you'll consider the full fuel carbon cycle of emissions for electric vehicles, not just the emissions from the tailpipe, but from the dangerous mining of lithium, cobalt, from the dirty energy used overseas to manufacture these batteries, from the fossil fuels burned by the power plants that keep them charged, and from the disposal and recycling of used batteries. That's going to be a mammoth challenge in the future. Something we have yet to figure out how to do safely, especially at the scale we'll need if we continue down this road of federal directives to seemingly electrify every vehicle in sight at taxpayers' expense. The language included in the underlying bill before us puts short-sighted politics ahead of good policy. I thank my colleague, Representative Henson, for leading on this amendment and drawing attention to what I think is an incredibly important issue, which I think has been falsely reported to the public. With that, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized on her amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Biofuels, natural gas, hydrogen, advanced diesel, electricity, low and no. That's what the spirit of this amendment is. It's to restore low, again, back in to the language. It doesn't strike the zero. Iowans want clean air. We have biodiesel and biofuels infrastructure ready to go to help in the goal of reducing carbon footprint across the country. Iowans want clean air and Americans want clean air. But again, this amendment doesn't stop that. I do understand, having heard the discussion here today, that there is some heartburn amongst my colleagues on this issue, and I believe we have the commitment in this room because I think ultimately we all want the same goal in the end. While I'm just disappointed that we're not going to be able to get it inserted back into the bill today, I would respectfully withdraw my amendment today with the acknowledgement that we'll probably be doing some work on this again in the future as this conversation continues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments? Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I would ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam
for
Chair.
5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My amendment is simple and would only affect my home state of Pennsylvania. Specifically, my amendment would prohibit Pennsylvania from utilizing federal funding to toll existing roads and bridges on federal highway systems that are not currently tolled. Earlier this year, the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, PennDOT, proposed tolling 9 major bridges across my Commonwealth. This is nothing more than a tax on Pennsylvania's workers and families who use these bridges every day to travel to work and school. It will be disproportionately severe and it would disproportionately impact our nation's tradesmen, our medical professionals, and others who aren't part of what I call the Zoom class. It will also devastate seniors living on fixed incomes. Further, this proposal will push traffic onto local roads, creating congestion and safety concerns. PennDOT's proposed tolling is especially egregious, as Pennsylvania currently has a $10 billion surplus thanks to $2.9 billion in unanticipated income sales and tax revenue, and an additional $7.2 billion in federal COVID relief funding. So think about that. Pennsylvania has a $10 billion surplus, yet still there is a push to go out of the way to tax people who have to drive to work sites, who have to drive to hospitals, while almost going out of their way to exempt people who sit at home on Zoom videos all day. My good friend and colleague also has an opinion, and my good friend and colleague being Congressman G.T. Thompson. His district is home to 2 of the 9 bridges that I discussed. He has been a leader in the fight to stop these tolls, and he recently uncovered inconsistencies in PennDOT's proposal. Let me elaborate on that. While PennDOT's secretary testified that the tolls would only remain in effect for 10 to 15 years, less than a week later, that same PennDOT secretary told Representative Thompson the tolls would last for 30 to 35 years. Clearly, PennDOT is not giving us the full picture. So I recognize the need to find a sustainable funding mechanism to fix Pennsylvania's roads and bridges. I get that. But this is a conversation that should include stakeholder input and consideration of the state's $10 billion surplus. Taxing Pennsylvanians in the form of new tolls is simply just not the answer. So I'd ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Price.
I'm sure I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Try to get my mic straight. Rise in opposition to the amendment, which would prohibit the use of tolling on highways and bridges across the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It would preempt the Commonwealth's authority to make decisions on this at the local or state level where the authority currently lies. Maybe reconstituting this committee as the Pennsylvania Board of Transportation. Now, if and when the federal government does need to deal with something like this, with the authority of states to impose tolls on federal aid highways, that responsibility certainly doesn't lie with us. That responsibility lies with the authorizing committees. This is an authorizing issue. It's outside the jurisdiction of this committee. And if we're going to address it at the federal level, it should be addressed through the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. But I think the main point is that prohibiting any state from exercising its authority to toll roadways is a top-down approach without regard for local and regional and state decision-making. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to thank the gentleman for bringing this important amendment up. It's important to note that this amendment, again, is only limited to the state of Pennsylvania and only applies to new tolls on roads and bridges that receive federal funds. Now, I get it. Should we be dealing with this issue in this committee? Important question, but I'll tell you what. I think it's important to listen to the folks who represent Pennsylvania. And I've heard from folks who represent Pennsylvania here in Congress. I've clearly heard from the gentleman who's brought up this amendment, who's a fierce and effective advocate for Pennsylvania. And here's the question: do the people in Pennsylvania want this or not? So I think it's perfectly fine for the gentleman to bring up this issue, to figure out where the mood is of Pennsylvania, and I think we need to listen to the representatives in Pennsylvania. Guy Rushenthaler, I got your name right, all right, again, is stating that this is something that folks in Pennsylvania just don't want. Well, let's hear it. Do they or do they not want it? If they want it, then they can, through their representatives, they can speak out and say, toll the heck out of me. And if they don't, then, and then I think the gentleman from Pennsylvania is making a very valid point, so I support his amendment.
Is there anyone else? Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank
Cartwright
you.
from Pennsylvania.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida for suggesting that we all ought to listen to the representatives from Pennsylvania. I totally agree with that. I also agree with my colleague from Pennsylvania about not liking toll plazas in general. I don't like that they're a form of regressive tax. They hurt the average people going to and from work. It's not my favorite means of raising money. You have to raise money to pay for the roads and bridges. Everybody knows that, but toll plazas are not my favorite means either. And I do agree we ought to examine some of those bridges that you discussed. But what I'm concerned about is that this is a blanket restriction that the gentleman is proposing. And I think it goes overboard because there are some instances where I think it would prevent a toll plaza that we would all agree makes sense. Let me tell you about a road in Pennsylvania. It's Interstate 80. Interstate 80, a road that over its whole length goes 2,900 miles. It goes from Teaneck, New Jersey to San Francisco, California. Pennsylvania has about 300 miles of Interstate 80, and it's a highway that spans the entire length, the entire width of Pennsylvania. It looks like a belt going across the midsection of Pennsylvania. Here's the thing about Interstate 80. It doesn't serve any major Pennsylvania cities. It doesn't help any Pennsylvania commuters get in and out of Pennsylvania cities. I-80 was designed and built for the sole purpose of driving into, getting across, and getting back out of Pennsylvania as soon as possible. It is basically a road for non-Pennsylvanians, and just look at the traffic. If you go onto the PennDOT.gov website, and look at the traffic volume maps that they have on there. They show consistently about 24,000 vehicles per day for each and every segment of I-80 as it goes across Pennsylvania. Now, the gentleman offering this amendment doesn't have any of Interstate 80 in his district, but I do. And so my constituents and I can tell you a few things about Interstate 80 that the gentleman may not be aware of. First, of those 24,000 vehicles a day on that road, a clear majority of those are out-of-state tractor trailers, 80,000-pound rigs that pound and punish the roadway. So in a year, we're looking at 4.5 million out-of-state trucks a year beating up our road. We see those rigs all over the road. We see their out-of-state license plates. So if you've driven on it, you know this road takes a real beating. And the result of that, it's constantly under construction and repair every year, every summer. We see that. Somebody needs to pay for that. And the third thing I want to tell you about Interstate 80 is this road does have a toll plaza on it. And it's on the eastern end. It's on the New Jersey end at the Delaware Water Gap for the westbound lanes only. There's no other toll plaza anywhere else on Interstate 80 in Pennsylvania, not anywhere along its 300 miles, not certainly where we might want to put a toll plaza on the eastbound lanes near the Ohio border. So listen to what I'm telling you. The majority of traffic on I-80 is out-of-state tractor trailers just passing through, not contributing anything to Pennsylvania except exhaust fumes, cracks in our pavement, and the occasional catastrophic truck crash. We already have a toll plaza on the New Jersey side. I'm saying that at some point we might want to consider a toll plaza on the Ohio side of Pennsylvania for that road. So this gentleman's one-size-fits-all amendment would prohibit that. And for that reason, I don't support the amendment, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Garcia.
Madam Chair, I yield time to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thanks, and I would thank my good friend from California. I totally get what the gentleman from my fellow Pennsylvanian is saying, but I do have to just go back and look at history. We tried 10 years ago. I obviously was not here because I'm a sophomore in this body, but 10 years ago, there was an attempt to toll I-80. It was overwhelmingly rejected, and there's a lot of reasons why it was rejected, and there's a lot of reasons why ideologically I'm not supportive of it. First off, I don't think that we should try to do anything that's going to have a negative effect on interstate commerce or interstate travel. I think that's the good thing about living in a country like the United States. Also, we do get revenue. We get gas tax from people coming in. We get sales tax. And thanks to I would call him a forward-thinking state senator at the time, you had a VGT bill, video gaming terminals, that was passed in truck stops. I know we talked offline about this, but so I think that when you look at it, you can talk about I-80, you can talk about travel to and from. At the end of the day, the Pennsylvanians don't want this. It's rejected before. We're getting revenue from other sources. And again, this is a regressive tax that hurts people that have to drive to job sites who don't have the opportunity to live in affluent areas and just work on Zooms all day. So I thank the gentleman from California for his time. I yield back to him.
Is there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close on his amendment.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Again, this amendment would only affect Pennsylvania. That's it. We're just talking about Pennsylvania. We're also only talking about roads and bridges that are not currently tolled. So this is a very narrow amendment. This amendment would also ensure that PennDOT cannot tax blue-collar workers, seniors, and families in the form of new tolls while letting off affluent members of society who have the luxury of sitting at home on Zooms all day that don't have to travel to a workplace. PennDOT should work with stakeholders and consider alternative funding streams and also consider the fact they have a $10 billion surplus right now. Again, they're asking for more tolls. They have a $10 billion surplus right now. They should look at these other options before they start taxing people who are actually working for a living. I would strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
Who has
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar.
No.
Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera Butler.
Aye.
Ms. Herrera Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. McCollum.
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Megg.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price. No. Mr. Price votes no. Mr. Quigley.
Oh.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone?
No.
Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
No.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Ms. Underwood?
Ms. Underwood votes no.
Oh, Ms. Bustos.
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Any other member? The clerk will tally. We have one more amendment to go on this bill, and then we would need to take up very quickly, I would hope, the revised 302B allocations. Okay. Yes, well, we have to vote on passage, but yeah. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a single amendment at the table. I ask for unanimous consent to have it considered read.
Okay, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would prohibit funds made available in this bill from being used for the California high-speed rail project. California's high-speed rail is a bloody program that is acting like a giant lead anchor on any meaningful infrastructure bill. Since its beginning in 2008, the California high-speed rail project has suffered from an endless series of delays and costly failures. The proposed LA to San Francisco line was originally estimated to cost only $33 billion, with operations beginning in 2020. And since then, costs have spiraled out of control, with the new price tag sitting at $100 billion and at least another decade for services to start. Several reports over the years highlighted the serious mismanagement of the project, which include wildly inaccurate cost estimates, poor planning, and a lack of transparency and use of funds that have resulted in these extensive cost overruns and project delays. This year, Congress decided to bring back earmarks in the form of community project funding, which is a decision I supported. And among one of the conditions of these earmarks, we have to have matching requirements in order to receive funding. And although matching funds were not required to be in hand prior to requesting a project, local officials at least had to have a plan to meet such requirements in order for the project to be considered viable, to ensure that the taxpayer dollars weren't being spent on poorly planned and unworthy projects. Imagine a member of Congress requesting a CPF funding for a project with the same mismanagement problems, lack of transparency, and inaccurate cost estimates as this California high-speed rail project comes with. They would be laughed out of the room, and for good reason. In 2019, the federal government canceled $29 million in unused federal funds for the venture due to persistent, unmitigated delays and mismanagement, which led California to file a lawsuit. Unsurprisingly, and just recently, the Biden administration recently finalized a settlement with California to restore that support of $929 million. This is irresponsible, and to give you a sense of how big this number is, there's only $625 million in our bill today for all of passenger rail projects. This country has a real pressing infrastructure need. We're diverting precious taxpayer dollars away from countless deserving projects across America because of projects like this that deserve to die. And instead of spending that money on this unmitigated disaster of a project, we should be doing the right thing and investing these funds in meaningful rail projects By the way, Californians don't want this high-speed rail project. This is something that originally voted with a very slim margin of victory about 10 years ago, and it was then for a bond of only $10 billion, not the current price tag of $100 billion. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Price.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Our colleague has provided us a parade of horribles with respect to California high-speed rail, so maybe I should provide a reality check. This bill doesn't fund California high-speed rail. It doesn't even mention California high-speed rail. The bill before us does not fund this project or any other project, makes no references to California high-speed rail. The bill simply provides robust funding for competitive grants. Now, the California high-speed rail program is eligible to apply for competitive grants, just like hundreds of other projects in our districts around the country. But the bill doesn't specify a fund for this project, nor does it require the Department of Transportation to fund this project or any other project. The department will issue notices of funding opportunities for the various competitive grant programs funded in this bill. Eligible applicants will apply for projects, and then the department will evaluate those applications and make decisions on which projects to fund through a fair and equitable process. This is how it always works for a competitive grant program at DOT and how it should continue to work. It is not the purpose of our committee to dictate either acceptance or rejection of specific projects. That's exactly, however, what this amendment would do, singling out a project, preventing it from even having a chance to compete. It's not a good idea, and I urge my colleagues to reject it.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't think I can add to what the sponsor of the amendment, Mr. Garcia, said, other than the fact that, you know, there is a time when you have a project that is so disastrous that we need to pull the plug. And so keep in mind that this was supposed to be carrying passengers in 2020, by the way. Where is it? It's nowhere to be found. The only thing that this project is doing is just increasing in price, sucking up money, and it's sucking up money that needs to go to, frankly, really important projects that are ready to go and that are needed and that are effective and efficient. So again, rarely, again, to Mr. Garcia's point, let me tell you, speaking for myself, if anybody would have come with a project for a member project, and it would have landed on my desk with the record, the standards, whether it's cost overruns, whether all these things, he's right. I admit this. I would have had to laugh, except that this is not a laughing matter. This is big money that should be going to real good projects, and the chairman is right. There's nothing in the bill that says that the money goes to high-speed rail. But I think all of us, even those who support high-speed rail, should recognize that when you have a dog, when you know it's the biggest white elephant in the room, this is probably a good time to pull the plug. I support the amendment.
Are there any other members who would wish to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which is really designed to punish the state of California, where the gentleman from California comes from who is presenting this amendment. It doesn't target a special set-aside, and I believe that this amendment really misrepresents the facts, as our chairman laid out. It would simply prevent our state, your state, Mr. Garcia, from competing for rail investments that every other single state in the country has the right to compete for. In order to get access to this funding, our state, California, Mr. Garcia, has to put together a high-speed rail project that can win on the merits. I believe that we can do that based on the needs in our state, your state, Mr. Garcia, and our track record of project management. But we deserve the chance to compete. If we lose, so be it. But don't single out your state, my state of California, and take that choice away from our residents. I think a lot of Republicans think that our state, your state, California, is an easy target. But our state, your state, Mr. Garcia, my state, is home to almost 40 million tax-paying residents. We deserve the same right in California, my state, your state, Mr. Garcia, to compete for federal investments as every other state. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Mr. Valadao.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Garcia, for bringing this amendment up. As another California resident, and I know California's come up a lot today, and I apologize to my colleagues for that. But high-speed rail has been an interesting project. I've not been a fan of it from the very beginning, but it is actually being built as we speak in my district. I get to drive by the mounds of dirt that they've put up over the last few years and wonder if they'll ever actually finish this project. The frustrating part with this project is when it started out at $33 billion when it was originally put on a ballot for election, it was $10 billion from each private, federal, and state. Now we're up over $100 billion. The project was originally over 800 miles. Now I think we're somewhere around 200 to 300 miles. And they keep lowering the amount of miles because they can't seem to keep the cost under $100 billion. Obviously, it's a government program. We know government programs always get out of control. But the biggest problem with this one is the way they've been treating our locals. We've had some severe fights with them over the way they've treated some of our cities, our communities, our counties, and even some camps that we had. We had a farm labor camp in Wasco that they decided to have them evacuate and shut down. They've left that facility now. It's going to be a cost to that little city, that little community, about $10 million. $10 million is not something the city of Wasco can afford. But now they're left on the hook for this project because high-speed rail decided they wanted that community evacuated and emptied out. And it's now become a center for crime, a center for folks that actually take vehicles or equipment that they steal, place for gangbangers to go do drugs or continue their illegal activities, and it's just become a big problem for those local business owners and those local homeowners in that area. And then you've got the way they treated the farmers themselves, going right through their property. Originally, the project was supposed to go on an existing corridor, either 99, 5, rail that's there, Burlington Northern or Union Pacific, but they chose their own path, and so they just cut right down the middle of people's properties and cities, and it hasn't worked out like they thought. And so there has to be a serious conversation on this. I'm thrilled that Garcia brought this up. I think it's a good amendment. I think we should support it. And if not, at least have the conversation about making sure we hold them accountable with the dollars that they do have, because we have a lot of very good projects around the country that probably deserve this money more than high-speed rail does. So I appreciate the time, and I yield back.
Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really unfortunate that we're having this conversation to once again target the state of California, the 5th largest global economy, simply because my colleagues are unhappy about a voter-approved project. The voters voted
for $10 billion
for this project, whether we liked it or not. I didn't vote for it as a voter for this project, but when the voters demanded that California begin to explore other options of transportation, you know, this was another option. And if it's out of budget, maybe my colleagues need to look in the mirror. Number one, they demanded, some of my colleagues demanded that this project begin in Central Valley. You know, had we been able to not have where the project would start dictated by the voters, maybe we could have chose a different area to begin this project that was more populated, that actually really wanted this project, like San Diego, like maybe LA, maybe San Francisco. But no, Central Valley insisted that this project begin in Central Valley. Why? Because they were dying of jobs. They didn't have jobs. Just like the water is drying up, their jobs were drying up. Therefore, they saw as an opportunity to be able to bring jobs to the region. But then what did they do? They turned around and put up obstacle after obstacle after obstacle, gumming up the issues, filing lawsuits to the tune of where we are now. We may not like California's high-speed rail authority or how they have managed it. Well, then let California legislature and governor know and have them fix it. But this project has provided and opened up opportunities for feeder rails that communities like in Southern California that I represent, that other colleagues represent, have been able to draw down money and build up capacity with light rail that will eventually feed passengers to the high-speed rail infrastructure. I think that we have really gone out of our way in this amendment to stick it in the eye of California. I am a Californian, I'm a proud Californian, and I will not knock down my state because of politics. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this misguided amendment.
Mr. Calvert.
Yeah, let's talk about that proposition that was on the ballot. It was a $10 billion proposition. This is up to $100 billion. $100 billion. Do the math. 300 miles into $100 billion. You could buy an airline ticket for every man, woman, and child for the next 50 years to fly to San Francisco rather than build this project. This is the largest waste of money in the history of projects in the United States. I can't think of anything more wasteful than this project. Polling in our state, by the way, shows that nearly 70% of the people in the state now are opposed to this project because of the waste of money. Why do we put good money after bad money in a boondoggle of all boondoggles of all? This is crazy. We ought to join the gentleman and vote for this amendment just to send a message to these people in California that want to just spend this money spend us into oblivion. That I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This really is about taking care of our beautiful state of California and not wasting precious taxpayer dollars on a program that's going to go nowhere and end up being exorbitant. I support meaningful rail improvements. I support high-speed rail projects, just not this one. This isn't high-speed rail. This is actually what I would call Franken-rail. And like Dr. Frankenstein's monster, this contraption isn't smart, it's not pretty, it stinks, it's clumsily meandering through our communities and scaring the hell out of the residents. It's sucking up all of our time and resources, and it was created and kept alive by science fiction and by politicians who are creating acts that actually defy physics and economics. We don't need this high-speed rail in California. We can't afford this high-speed rail in California, and neither can our federal government, who should be investing in meaningful infrastructure bills. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California?
I really like that guy.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro?
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia?
Good job, David.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger?
Aye.
Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder? No. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler?
Aye.
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence?
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng?
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar?
Aye.
Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo? Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price? Mr. Price votes no. Mr. Quigley?
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone?
No.
Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
No.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. Remember that we have to do the 302B allocations before we depart. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 33, and the amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion and ask for support of the bill.
Madam Chair, I move favorably to report the 12th appropriation bill forward, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriations Act 2022 to the House.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the
No.
chair, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, raise your hands. Sufficient number have raised their hands. The vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amade? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter?
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ?
Aye.
Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro?
Votes aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger?
No.
Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris? Ms. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera-Butler?
No.
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter?
Aye.
Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
Aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Ms. Meng? Ms. Meng?
Aye.
Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo? Mr. Palazzo votes no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price votes aye. Mr. Quigley?
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes aye. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone?
Aye.
Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 33, the nays are 24, and the motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and the report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Without objection. Okay. Let me move to one more item of business. I do need to offer a few words of thanks to those who made the process possible, and I will be quick. You know the expression, this is not my first rodeo. This is my first rodeo here, so I want to say thank you to all of you for your cooperation, for your indulgence, etc. I really do appreciate it. And I want to just say thank you to all of the members. Really, what an incredible, productive markup session. We did 24 markups at sub and full committee in 10 days, in 10 legislative days. So it's really pretty incredible to all of you. The strength of the bills we've considered, the quality, the tenor of the debate was outstanding. It reminds us all, and it should remind us all, that this is the best committee in the House of Representatives. And in fact, our work is at the center of the government, and it doesn't go forward without us. I also want to just say a thank you to a few others. House Legislative Council for their drafting, Congressional Budget Office, the scorekeeping unit for their analysis, front office appropriation staff from the majority, Robin Giuliano, Matt Washington, Ryan Kinney, Adam Berg, Raquel Spencer, Adam Wilson, Jason Gray, Stephanie McGuire, Evan Hollander, Celine Wolf, Lauren Muller, Malachi White, Danu Roseman, Tom Tucker, Sebastian Franco, Victoria Casande, Jim Cahill, Kathy Edwards, Kathy Little, Eric Jackson, Lori Bias, Lonnie Johnson, and Heather Nelson. From the minority, Anne-Marie Chuck Vax. Got it. Okay. And Johnny Caberly and Alec Davis and Alyssa Hinman. Thank you so much. My personal staff, Liz Albertine, Christian Lovell, Marie Gualtieri, Caitlin Peruccio, Jack Spaziano, Caitlin Thorpe, John Norrither, Hadar Arazi, Alicia Peril, and Harper White. The subcommittee clerks, you just bear with me, bravo to the subcommittee clerks. And they are Martha Foley with Ag, Bob Bonner, CJS, Chris Bigelow with Defense, Jamie Shimmick with Energy and Water, Matt Smith with Financial Services, Derek Newby with Homeland, Interior with Rita Culp, Labor H, Stephen Stegleiter, Ledge Branch, Stephen Marchese, Milcon, Lisa Molyneux, SFOPS, Craig Higgins, and T-HUD, Christina Monroe. Such a thank you to all of you and to your personal offices and associate staff members. Now, the last item, approval of the revised suballocations for fiscal year 2022. There are no substantive changes in these revised suballocations. They simply reflect the funding recommendations in the 12 bills that we just approved. With the allocations, we will create good-paying American jobs, grow opportunity for working families and small businesses, and provide a lifeline to the vulnerable. So I urge my colleagues to support them, and with that, I'd like to recognize Ranking Member Granger for her remarks.
Right. Go ahead. Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you for yielding. The revised spending allocations presented today contain only technical corrections to the initial allocations, which were adopted on a party line vote 2 weeks ago. Because there are no substantive changes from the initial allocations, I must once again oppose them. They do not change the top line spending levels for any of the subcommittee bills, even though members on my side of the aisle have consistently asked for bipartisan cooperation on funding levels. These spending levels continue to shortchange our national defense while providing huge increases for domestic programs. Non-defense spending would increase by nearly 17% overall, and some agencies would receive unprecedented 30 to 40% increases above fiscal year 2012. Underfunding our national defense while giving such extreme increases to domestic programs is unacceptable to members on my side of the aisle. I urge a no vote and yield back my time.
Does any other member wish to speak on the revised allocations? Are there any amendments to the report? If there are no amendments and no further discussion, I recognize Ms. Capter for a motion to approve the revised 302B allocation.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee approve the report on the revised 302B allocations for fiscal year 2022.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Okay, there we go. Clerk doesn't have to tally. I ask unanimous consent that the staff permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. 3 days without objection. Can we just have a round of applause for the staff who did all this work? We didn't do that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a great weekend, get some sleep, and maybe lift a glass, okay? Take care, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Case you won. Thank you.
Thank you, well done, David, great job. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations. Hey, thanks, babe. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Make your plane.
Thank you.
Make your planes. Okay.
You're going to make it no problem, right? You'll make your plane no problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my God. Mahalo. Thank you.
I love you.